Chapter 884. Darkness was approaching, and the Devil's Carnival was about to begin. The human traffickers did not know how dangerous the child was with them. Now, they only wanted to find a small hotel that did not require identification, order takeout, have a good meal, rest, feed the two goods some medicine, and then split up. However, they did not expect that as soon as they entered the room, the woman who was holding Bailey Shangxie suddenly seemed to be possessed. Her face was covered with a black fog, and it seemed to be sinking into her body inch by inch. Ah! The soul-wrenching pain caused the woman to throw Bailey Shangxie out of her hand. She stared at the child without blinking, as if she wanted to say something, but it was too late. The black fog had invaded her eyes and completely sucked away all of her life force. There was no sign of her death. In the next second, she was lying on the ground. Bailey Shangxie was standing right in front of her. As he had just woken up, his short black hair was still standing up straight. His expression was very cool. He licked his thin lips cruelly and bloodthirstily. Then he sneered, as if he was disgusted by the taste of something. The woman's painful cry attracted everyone's attention, and the human traffickers did not notice the strangeness of Bailey Shangxie at all. Little Qingqin, on the other hand, was awakened by the commotion. He reached out his little hand and rubbed his big eyes. Then he turned his head and looked at Bailey Shangxie, who was also a child. His little eyebrows furrowed. He finally knew what the other party was, a demon that fed on souls. However, she had never seen a devil of the same age as her. Under normal circumstances, devils would not appear. They were like the bloodlings, and after so many years of settling, they had perfectly infiltrated into the lives of humans. It could even be said that they were more extravagant than humans, because most of them were nobles from various countries. The more elegant they were, the more it suited their temperament. It was said that the only thing a devil pursued in life was aesthetics. They would even eat with a smile on their face, and no one would feel that they were rude. Bailey Shangxie in front of her was the same, which made little Qingqin feel very strange when she saw him. She wanted to take him home and raise him, but she did not know if Beauty Wei Wei would agree to let him keep a little devil by his side. She should, right? Little Qingqin rubbed her little face again. Her actions were like a little squirrel, always a little dazed after waking up. She blinked her big eyes a few times before she reacted. Now was not the time to consider the problem of raising a devil, but to stop this non-human devil from continuing. She stretched out her little hand and held Bailey Shangxie's wrist. Her little head shook twice, and her expression was very cute. Bailey Shangxie was not full yet, but when he saw that his underling had woken up, he took the time to show some concern. "Where did you buy that piece of chocolate cake that you ate?" It would have been fine if the other party did not mention the chocolate cake, but when he mentioned Qingqin, he was even more determined to not let this group of human traffickers die. However, this did not affect his conversation with the little devil who looked only a little older than him. "I didn't buy the chocolate cake. My mother made it for me." Bailey Shangxie had been in the modern world for a while, but he had never wanted to find his mother as much as he did now, especially when he heard that the chocolate cake was made by his mother. This feeling became even stronger, to the point that the little devil looked a little lonely. Of course, Bailey Shangxie's way of expressing his loneliness was very different. He raised his eyelids, squinted his big red eyes, and walked directly to another man, looking like he was about to start the next round of eating. Little Qingqin quickly blocked in front of him, and whispered in his ear with a small voice, looking very cute, "We have to keep them alive, so that we can eliminate their leader." With little Qingqin's reminder, Bailey Shangxie remembered that half of the chocolate cake that he did not get. His eyes were full of hostility, and his voice was very cool. "Got it." Indeed, he had to keep them alive, but this one would not be kept alive for long. Under such circumstances, the human traffickers did not have the extra energy to care about what the two little people were talking about. They were now scared out of their wits. The scene just now seemed to have exceeded their understanding of things. The big man trembled as he stretched out his hand, wanting to check if the woman on the ground was still breathing. The other woman immediately pulled his hand back. "Don't touch. It's not clean. There must be something dirty in this small hotel. It must be so." She spoke with a hoarse voice. If she was not scared to a certain extent, she would not be like this. The man in the blue shirt also had cold sweat on his forehead, but it was obvious that he was different from the other two traffickers and had received professional training. He roared in a low voice, "Calm down!" There was already someone knocking on the wall next door, probably because they thought that they were too noisy. In the past, when doing missions, such a situation had never happened. If someone suddenly died in the middle of a mission, it would be a serious problem for their work. The man thought and reached out to massage his forehead, as if he had a headache. The woman was still trembling. She could not wait to leave this place. She thought that there was an evil spirit in the small hotel, and did not think about the two little people. However, the man's eyes were on Bailey Shangxia and Helian Qingqin, and there was a questioning look in his eyes. Why are these two little brats so obedient? During this period of time, he had abducted many children, and every child would cry desperately after waking up for the first time. There was never a moment of silence. At this time, the children were most likely to be exposed and arouse suspicion, so they chose to come to the small hotel at this time to rest instead of sitting on the train. When they were tired from crying for a while, they would be hungry and tired and would not make a fuss anymore. This was the usual method of the traffickers. He had already prepared a cotton cloth to gag the two little brats. After all, the scene in the kindergarten made him feel a little uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, they were the quietest. Looking carefully, their little faces were a little pale, and he did not know why. They must be scared, the woman mumbled, her voice trembling. Children are psychic. They can see dirty things that others can't. This hotel is definitely problematic. At this time, the man sneered. So what if there are dirty things? Don't forget who is behind us. I have already told you this is a big deal and it is done by the master. What are you afraid of? It's just a little evil. Everything will be fine when you see the master. It's good if there are dirty things. It can make these two little brats quiet. The woman did not expect that her colleague would be so bold. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. The man waved his hand and said, "Okay, you don't have to shout anymore. Drag the person on the ground to hide under the bed. Get ready, we will leave. There are still 4 hours before checkout." For hours later, someone will come and knock on the door. This small hotel will not find anything for the time being. We can't continue to stay here. According to the original plan, you and Xiao Wang will go in one line, and I will go in one line. We will send these two goods separately. When Bailey Shangxia heard that the other party wanted to separate him and his underling, his red eyes were filled with a cold light. It should be known that the current little Qingqin was countless pieces of chocolate cake to Bailey Shangxia. It was fine that the other party had knocked away half of the chocolate cake, but now they dared to take away all the chocolate cake that he was going to eat in the future. Bailey Shangxia sneered in his heart. The light above his head seemed to have sensed something, and it made a buzzing sound. The woman and the burly man were already very scared. Now that they saw the situation in the room, they widened their eyes in horror. However, before they could scream, the entire room was plunged into darkness. In just a moment, the woman only felt a cold wind flash past her. It was so dark in front of her that she could not even see her fingers. She fell to the ground at once, and her voice was filled with fear. "It's haunted. It's really haunted." "What do you mean by haunted?" It tripped. The man in the blue shirt reacted quickly. He picked up the phone and shone it to the side, and then pushed the door open. The light in the room was finally restored. The woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to stand up, she found that the burly man beside her was lying on the ground stiffly. He looked exactly like the woman who was tricked when they entered the room. The woman could no longer hold back the fear in her heart. She reached out and grabbed the man's sleeve. "We can't stay here. We really can't stay here anymore. We'll take the two children and leave immediately. Anyway, we're going to the same place, so we might as well take the same train. No matter what, we have to leave here. If you don't leave now, I'll leave by myself." "What are you panicking for?" Even though the man said that, his back was drenched in sweat. This small hotel was indeed abnormal, and they had to disguise themselves as a couple to avoid any mistakes. The other party was not very experienced in abduction, so it was best for them to leave together. With that in mind, he pushed the big man under the bed as well, and his voice became anxious. "We'll take the same train. You carry one child, and I'll carry the other. Let's go immediately." Of course, the woman couldn't wait to check out. She didn't even say anything, and bent down to pick up little Qingchen. Little Qingchen was very cooperative. She looked sideways at Bailey Shangxia, who was also picked up by the man, and the desire to raise a little devil became stronger. Her little hand involuntarily reached out and touched Bailey Shangxia's head. Chapter 885. Bailey Shangxia's short hair was very stiff and hard to the touch. He had never had his head touched before. He looked up at little Qingchen and licked his thin lips with the tip of his tongue, as if he had just eaten something. However, this bit of food was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. However, he was not in a hurry to kill everyone. Compared to killing people directly, demons liked to see the fear of humans on the verge of collapse the most before they died. Just like now, Bailey Shangxia looked at the woman's trembling back and felt very amused. However, he was still very hungry. The woman felt a chill on her back. She turned around and looked behind her, but did not find anything. The man in the blue shirt was making a call. The person on the other end seemed to have been transferred to the person he was looking for. When the man heard that the call was connected, he immediately lowered his voice and said hurriedly, "Master, we seem to have encountered something dirty. 2 people died inexplicably." "Dirty?" The person on the other end narrowed his eyes and did not seem to care. "We'll talk about it when you come back. What about the goods? Are they okay?" The man seemed to be very respectful to this master and replied respectfully, "The goods are fine. I'm just afraid that the hotel will find out something when the time comes. It's just a small hotel. If the bodies are hidden well, they won't be found for 10 days or half a month. Don't worry, there are no surveillance cameras in the small hotel, and there is no identity registration. Even if people die, it won't be blamed on you. The most important thing is to keep the goods safe and send them back quickly. If you encounter any strange things, just stick the yellow talisman I gave you. It will suppress the soul and exorcise the evil." When the man heard this, his eyes lit up. He hung up the phone and asked the woman to take out the yellow talisman from his backpack. Seeing that the yellow talisman was protecting him, the woman's hand that was holding little Qingchen relaxed a lot. She smiled. With the master's yellow talisman, any evil spirit will only walk into the trap. Little Qingchen glanced at the yellow talisman and silently stroked Bailey Shangxia's head. Bailey Shangxia's direction was not very good. He stopped little Qingchen's actions and maintained a cool expression throughout the whole process. In his heart, he was thinking that if he touched her, he would ask her to compensate him with a piece of chocolate cake. Anyway, he would not let anyone touch him for nothing. There weren't that many people at the train station at night. In addition, this was a small city, so there were relatively fewer people entering the station. The 2 human traffickers had been so busy that they had not eaten anything. Furthermore, someone had died in the small hotel. Even if they were inhumane, they would not be in a good mood. Their entire body was indescribably weak, and they only wanted to drink some hot soup to warm their bodies. Therefore, the woman stayed behind to monitor the 2 little ones. The man took out his wallet and planned to buy 2 bowls of instant noodles and eat them with hot water. They had changed the train schedule at the last minute. Although there were no more seats, the train would depart 3 hours earlier than the previous one. There was still half an hour before it would depart. They could take advantage of this time to rest in the waiting hall. The woman was really mentally exhausted. If it were not for the yellow talisman, she would probably have broken down. The place that sold instant noodles was in the waiting hall, but the place where they needed to get hot water was a little far away. The man asked the woman to feed the 2 little ones some medicine. He did not have to let them fall asleep. It was good that they were listless like now. The woman responded with her mouth, but her hands did not move for a long time. Looking at the back of the man's departing figure, she reached out and rubbed her face. They had abducted and sold so many children, but none of them had been as embarrassed as they were today. Speaking of which, this woman had not received much education. In fact, she also had children. However, blinded by greed, she only had her own children in her eyes. She knew that abductors could make money quickly. She had done all kinds of heartless things and had never felt guilty. As long as she could live a good life, she did not care what others did. She had been interrogated by the police before, but so what? The police were very efficient. The abductors were very familiar with the police's efficiency. They insisted that they did not do it, and everything was peaceful. She did not think that she was guilty, nor did she think that the dirty things in the hotel were retribution for them. She just felt that they were unlucky to have entered a small hotel that they should not have entered. Moreover, these two little ones, one of them had red eyes. It was not easy to make a move on them. The woman had a fickle temper. Coupled with her experience, when she looked at little Qingchen and Bailey Shangxia, it was inevitable that her expression would be a little ugly. Some human traffickers would often secretly vent their anger on the children after abducting them. This woman was such a human trafficker. She reached out her hand and wanted to slap little Qingchen. Anyway, when the child cried, people would only think that she was disciplining the child for being disobedient. The two little ones were leaning their heads against each other, curiously looking at the scene in the train station. Qingchen's stomach was also hungry and was growling. She did not expect that the woman would make a move. However, before her palm could land on her back, her entire body was pulled over by a small wrist. That small finger was as white and beautiful as his father's. I wanted to play with you more, but you humans are so stupid. Not only do you have a death wish, but you also want to touch my chocolate cake time and time again. Qingchen, who was treated like a chocolate cake, was speechless. Anyway, if you die, someone else will take us there. Thinking of this, Bailey Shangxia did not need to hide anymore. His eyes emitted a unique light that was unique to demons. The woman stared at this scene with her eyes wide open. Her heart surged with unprecedented regret. She wanted to scream, but she found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something. She could not make a sound. She had always thought that the dirty things were in the hotel. She never thought that there would be any problem with the child they abducted. When she saw the bloodthirsty evil smile on that handsome little face, her scalp went numb. What kind of thing did they abduct? The woman did not have time to move. She could not even shake off that porcelain white hand. She was engulfed by a black fog from head to toe. That kind of pain was almost imprinted on her soul. She opened her mouth, and the next moment, she sat back in her seat. Her neck stiffly drooped, as if she had fallen asleep. However, little Qingchen knew that she was not asleep. Her soul was eaten by Bailey Shangxia. Speaking of which, he seemed to have a big appetite. Little Qingchen turned her head to look at Bailey Shangxia. Bailey Shangxia licked his thin lips and said in a cool voice, "What are you looking at? Eating too much is not good for digestion," little Qingchen said as she rubbed her little belly. She looked up at Bailey Shangxia and said, "I'm hungry too." Little Bailey Shangxia had no experience in taking care of humans. With a cool expression, he jumped down from the seat and opened the small bag that the woman carried with her. He took out all the cash that he could use and said in a domineering manner, "I'll buy you some food when we get on the train." "Okay." Qingchen nodded. She thought for a moment and added, "I'm not chocolate cake." Bailey Shangxia refuted seriously. "You are. Others are ham, but you are chocolate cake. I can smell milk on you. Don't underestimate the demon's sense of smell." Qingchen, Beauty Wei Wei, the little demon is a big foodie. What should I do? Bailey Shangxia's small figure stood there, stuffing all the money in his hands into the pockets of little Qingchen, who was sitting on the chair. From afar, he looked like a little brother with his cool and arrogant demeanor. When little Qingchen saw that he had given all the money to her, she lowered her head and patted her little pocket. She said, "If you want to treat me to chocolate cake, I'll ask Beauty Wei Wei to make it for you when we get back." After all, if he wanted to raise a little demon, he had to find a way to abduct her to his home. Bailey Shangxia did not refuse. He nodded and carried Qingchen, who was half a head shorter than him, up from the seat and moved her to another position. He was only that big, so he looked clumsy when he carried a little Chin who was about the same size as him. No matter how strong he was, he looked clumsy. However, the people waiting for the train not far away felt that this scene was very cute. In addition, the two children were very good-looking, so it was naturally eye-catching. They're brothers, right? Nonsense, of course they're brothers. The older brother is so handsome. His nose is straight, and his skin is so white that it looks like it's painted. And his eyes are big and bright. He's a foreigner, right? His eyes are dark red. He's probably a mixed race. Look at his black hair. A mixed race is more handsome. When the man came back with the bowl of instant noodles, he heard these words. He narrowed his eyes and hurriedly walked through the crowd. When he saw that the two children were not shouting or crying, and that the woman was sitting opposite them, he breathed a sigh of relief. But why did the woman dare to sleep at this time? The man was displeased. He touched the woman's head with one of the bowls of instant noodles and said in a low voice, "What's going on? Wake up." The woman did not move at all. Not only that, but she also fell to the side when the man touched her. Fortunately, her friend was sitting next to her. Otherwise, he would definitely have noticed the woman's suspicion. The man was the closest to his companion. When he saw the woman's abnormal expression, he immediately understood what had happened. The answer was coming. He tried his best to control his emotions so that he would not throw the bowl of instant noodles in his hand away. This was because he knew that if he made a loud noise now, it would definitely attract attention. Therefore, he had to endure it. He first put the bowl of instant noodles aside, then stretched out his trembling right hand to help the woman back to her original position. That way, it would look like she was just asleep and not breathing. After doing all this, the man turned around to look at Bailey Shangxie and the others. He planned to feed the rest of the medicine to the two children. Then, no matter who he carried, he would get on the train first. However, when he bent down, he saw a small bag under the feet of the two children. This bag was clearly carried by the woman. How did it get under their feet? Chapter 886. Suddenly, the way the man looked at Bailey Shangxie and Helian Qingqin completely changed. He felt strange from the beginning, and that strange feeling was indescribable. These two little brats were too quiet, and they had not cried from the beginning to the end. Even when they were in kindergarten, one of them even brought him to see the police. If he had not reacted fast enough, he would have been caught by now. How could a 3-year-old child be so smart? When he was 3 years old, if someone gave him a piece of candy, he would probably follow that person. Would he know how to set a trap for others? This was simply a fantasy story. Originally, everything was going smoothly today, but ever since they met these two brats, more and more trouble began to appear. A total of 3 people had already died. But these two brats did not even make a fuss. People died for no reason. Were they not afraid? Even if they were not afraid, which child would be in the mood to take the money in the bag at this time? Strange. All of this was too strange. For some reason, the man felt that the two children in front of him made him feel very oppressed, especially the child they did not want to kidnap. That pair of fiery red eyes was just like a demon. That's right. It was the kind of evil, elegant, and murderous demon that walked out of asshole. The man trembled. Whether it was his illusion or not, he did not want to do this business anymore. Without hesitation, the man took the wallet in his hand and turned to leave. It just so happened that the train he was going to take had started to check in. Even if he walked very quickly, it would not be strange. Moreover, as long as it was a train station, there would never be a lack of people checking in, no matter how small the city was. Bailey Shangxie looked at the back of the man who blended into the crowd in the blink of an eye. His small brows furrowed, and then he laughed coldly. Want to escape? Ha, no human could escape from the palm of his hand. What's more, he still had to follow this little white mouse to find the person behind it. He had promised that he would finish everything in one fell swoop. Little Qingqin had the same idea, so before Bailey Shangxie could say anything, he jumped down from his seat. He was still a little shaky when he walked, but he didn't forget to hold Bailey Shangxie's hand. He took small steps forward and said in a serious tone, "I know which train he's taking. We'll get on with him." Little Ching had a photographic memory since he was young. When the human traffickers were holding the train tickets, he had already scanned the information on them. Not only did he remember the train schedule, he even remembered the carriage and seat number of the human traffickers. It was just a little troublesome to go through the security check. Little Ching raised her head and tried to jump up, but she couldn't see anything in front of her. When Bailey Shangxia saw that he was struggling to jump, he immediately reached out and carried the little one up. However, it was useless. The two of them added together were not even as tall as a high school student. It seems that I can only freeload. Little Ching finished talking to himself and continued to hold Bailey Shangxia's hand. Like leading his little child, they stood in front of the two couples. The couple had already noticed them. Just now, they saw the older brother carrying the younger brother and even put the younger brother on the seat, asking him to sit properly. It was so cute. Now that the two little ones were standing in front of them, they couldn't help but stroke the head of the younger one. Little Ching knew that his plan had succeeded. He raised his head and smiled at the girl who was stroking his head. Just like that, they entered the station together with the crowd. No one would check the two children's tickets. Everyone thought that they were brought in by the adults behind them. After all, their height was not enough to buy a half-price ticket. Especially one of them, who was running unsteadily and kept swaying back and forth. Bailey Shangxia was afraid that he would run too fast and fall, so he lowered his head and held him down. He lowered his eyes and rolled up little Ching long sleeves. So loving. This is the most loving brother I have ever seen. He even rolled up his sleeves. I wonder if he knows how to tie the baby's shoelaces? It's so cute. Little Ching didn't think much of it. When Bailey Shangxia asked him to lift his left hand, he lifted his left hand. When he asked him to lift his right hand, he lifted his right hand. Her big round eyes were looking at the train. No one knew what she was looking at. Her hair was messy, and a few strands of her ahogue were looking at her from the top of her head. She looked very fluffy, and she looked very obedient. After he finished rolling up his sleeves, he stretched out his left hand and poked the palm of his right hand. The onlookers couldn't help but want to hold him in their arms and give him a good rub. After that, little Ching actions didn't seem so clumsy. However, Bailey Shangxia still planned to hold his hand. Give me your hand, we'll walk hand in hand. Don't worry, the train won't leave. With him around, the train would only leave when he wanted it to. Little Ching was also obedient. He passed his hand over to her, and the two little ones held each other's hands again. They walked forward one small step at a time. Everything was fine at first. When they entered the carriage, Bailey Shangxia couldn't walk anymore. He looked at the countless people in front of him and licked the tip of his tongue. There's so much food. Little Ching was speechless. You can't eat. I'll buy you a bento box later. It's shown on TV that there are bento boxes on the train. Little Ching sternly stopped Bailey Shangxia. It was also his first time taking a train. Usually, he would take a plane, so he had never had such an experience. However, standing in the middle of a group of food, he had to be patient. Bailey Shangxia looked to the left and then to the right. He was very restless. When I ate people just now, you didn't say anything. That's different. That's a human trafficker. You can eat as much as you want. Bailey Shangxia stood there and didn't leave. Little Ching could only pull him hard. Bailey Shangxia was very puzzled. They're all ham sausages. What's the difference? Only you would treat humans as ham sausages. Little Ching was very helpless. The people here are all ordinary people. You can't hurt them. Why? His father didn't tell him what he couldn't eat. Oh right, he couldn't eat dirty things. This was the standard etiquette of the demons. However, the people he saw just now were very fresh and didn't smell bad. Why couldn't he eat them? Because they didn't do anything wrong. If you kill them, it's equivalent to committing a crime. When the time comes, little Ching suddenly paused. Like a little adult, he held his forehead and said, "Why should I argue with you about this?" This non-human guy obviously didn't have a sense of good and evil. In his eyes, there was no difference between human traffickers and ordinary people. They were all ham sausages. The only difference was the brand. "I'm hungry." Bailey Shangxie was very cool. He only gave little Qingchen 3 words. He narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction and planned to attack the nearest human. Little Qingchen immediately pulled him back and ran to the front of the train attendant who was selling snacks. He raised his small face and said in a childish voice, "Sister, do you have chocolate? I want to buy a piece." It was rare for such a young child to buy things by himself. The train attendant was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "Oh, we do. It's for Dove. 1 piece is 10 yuan. I want 2 yuan. Little Qingchen rummaged through his pocket and fished out a 50 yuan note. He then handed it over with his small hand. Bailey Shangxie had already lost interest in the ham sausages that could be eaten at any time after hearing about the chocolate. He looked at the chocolate in Little Qingchen's hand with bright eyes. Little Qingchen wasn't very good at opening the packaging of jades. He held the money in his small hand, and after a long time, he still couldn't open the packaging. Bailey Shangxie found an empty seat and carried Little Qingchen to sit on it. Then he opened the 2 pieces of chocolate. He took 1 piece and fed the other to Little Qingchen. When he was almost halfway through, Bailey Shangxie remembered that human anatomy was different from his. He put away Little Qingchen's piece and said seriously, "Children can't eat too much chocolate." When the people around him heard this, they burst out laughing. This brother is so interesting. He's still a child. Little Qingchen actually still wanted to eat, but he knew that if he continued to eat, his teeth would definitely hurt. He endured the pain and looked at the half piece of chocolate again. Bailey Shangxie opened his mouth and ate the rest of the chocolate. His voice was still cool. "Let's go find that man." "Okay." Little Qingchen patted his small pocket and walked behind Bailey Shangxie shakily. At this time, the train had already left for 10 minutes. The human trafficker didn't expect Bailey Shangxie and Little Qingchen to follow him onto the train. He thought that the matter was solved. He leaned against the carriage and rubbed his head. Then he lit a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs. Unlike planes and high-speed trains, smoking was allowed on the express train. In the pantry of the carriage, people often gathered together to smoke. The human trafficker didn't buy a ticket. After so many things happened 3 times in a row, he planned to take the bus directly to Yungue district after getting off the train this time. Then, he would change to the train that they were going to do the transaction. Without a child, taking the bus was the safest way to avoid detection. It was easy to deal with the hotel, but the woman who died at the waiting station of the train would definitely be found within a day. After this transaction, he would directly leave the border from Yunnan. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he would be in danger. When he thought of this, the human trafficker punched the side of the carriage. Fortunately, he was in the bathroom. He raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. He washed his face with cold water and dialed a number. "Master, another person died." "Goods? I didn't bring the goods. I have a feeling that these 2 brats are too strange. They're not normal at all. Yes, I'm on the train now. I'll be there in 3 hours. The other goods are still here. I'll ask someone to bring them to the train when the time comes." Chapter 887. Outside the train, in a small hotel in B City that was left behind. Only a bang was heard. Young L directly kicked open the door in front of him, and his eyes were cold and bright. "Hey, who the hell are you? How dare you break in so casually? If you don't go out, I will call the police. Do you hear me?" Hellion Vivian glanced sideways at the owner of the small hotel and smiled softly. Letting people stay in the hotel without making an ID record. If such behavior is reported to the police, what do you think the consequences will be? The owner's face changed, and he didn't make any more noise. Hellion Vivian reached out and pushed him away. She walked into the room, reached out and touched the cup on the coffee table, and then walked to the bathroom. She didn't see anything, and then walked out of the bathroom and set her eyes on the big bed in the room. That bed was different from a regular hotel, and the bottom looked empty. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't have left so soon. The ticket they checked was obviously 3 hours later. Hellion Vivian narrowed her eyes and walked over. Suddenly, the tip of her nose moved. What is this smell? The smell of meat from a human body? Without any hesitation, Hellion Wei bent over and lifted up the bed sheet, peeking inside. Before she said anything, the owner of the hotel shouted, and his voice trembled. What is that? Didn't you see it? 2 corpses just died not long ago. Hellion Vivian raised her eyelids. Originally, she wanted to summon the souls of the other party to ask some questions. Who knew that these 2 people didn't even have a single soul? Not to mention them, even the small hotel was very clean, and there wasn't a single wandering soul. This situation was abnormal. Although there were many people in the train station, it was the place with the strongest yang energy. But most of the train stations were built in the wind so that there would be yin energy around. Especially a small hotel like this, the people who came here didn't understand, and it was the favorite place for wandering souls to absorb resentment. How could there be no dead spirits? Hellion Vivian frowned and slid open the screen of the mobile phone. Monkey, invade the train system of B City and input all the IDs of the 4 people here. See if 2 of them changed their tickets temporarily. The innkeeper was not as calm. His face was still covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How could they die? Did they eat something they shouldn't eat? Or did they take drugs? None of them. Unnatural deaths. If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here. I would call the police immediately. Hellion Vivian said as she walked out. Since the person was dead, there were no more meaningful clues here. The innkeeper's eyes widened. You? Who are you? When he suddenly barged in, he found a dead person in the room. Such a thing had never happened to him before. Hellion Wei didn't answer him again. The young man was even more taciturn. He wore a pair of high-heeled black boots and clattered out of the hotel. His entire body was clad in black. That outfit made him look like a special forces soldier that could only be seen in movies. Boss, I found it. Hellion Vivian didn't hang up the phone. Monkey held the mouse with one hand and said to Hellion Vivian with bright eyes, "There are indeed 2 people who changed their tickets temporarily. The train number will be sent to your mobile phone. Other organizations have also sent us news. So far, the trafficking leaders in the mainland are concentrated in Yungue district. This time, their transaction location is different from the past. They will deliver the goods on a train. I will also send you the specific information of this train." Okay. Hellion Vivian hung up the phone and rode on the Tomahawk. Now, she could confirm that the person who changed the tickets at the last minute was the human trafficker they were looking for. You don't have to follow me. Inform all the brothers to gather at the train that Monkey mentioned. Remember, this is the mainland. When you bring your equipment on board, remember to dismantle them. As she spoke, Hellion Vivian pressed her helmet and smiled. You guys go to the car and wait for them. Qingqin and I will be there soon. Elle knew that Boss was going to play big this time. She even mentioned the equipment. She definitely didn't intend to let the other party go. Gold? Olda, did you hear what Boss said? Elle pressed his Bluetooth headset. The 5 sports cars on the highway changed directions and were divided into 5 images. Each image was very handsome. Roger, gather in Yunnan. Swoosh, the beautiful body of the BMW Tomahawk drew a bright light in the darkness. On the train, the man in the blue shirt was still sleeping on the carriage until his mobile phone rang. Then, he lowered his head and quickly pressed the call button. Master, listen, there are a few organizations looking for us now. Be careful when you move. Don't reveal your whereabouts. The person on the phone wasn't Master, but the boss he used to follow. When the human trafficker heard that there were organizations looking for him, his scalp went numb. Boss, how did this happen? We have always minded our own business with these organizations. How the fuck would I know? The boss's voice sounded like he was about to break down. It's not just the mainland. The entire Asian organization has been mobilized. This has never happened before. However, don't panic. After all, this is our territory. And don't forget, the more powerful the organization is, the more they won't dare to mess around in the mainland. This is the Tang sect's territory. They have to be careful. The human trafficker didn't relax. But boss, didn't you say before that our business must not be discovered by the Tang sect? Once they find out, the Tang sect will definitely not let us go. Don't worry, the Tang sect won't make a move for such a small matter. Moreover, with Master around, many things can be covered up. We are absolutely safe with Master. The boss didn't know if he was comforting himself or the human trafficker. However, the human trafficker was very happy to hear that. As long as Master's yellow talisman was around, he wouldn't be exposed. Master had already cast a spell on them. It wouldn't be that easy for those people to find him. However, he didn't know that while he was answering the phone, two little people in the carriage not far away had been observing him for a long time. Qingchen's gaze was on his phone. Bailey Shangxie didn't think so. In fact, the type of soul he liked to eat the most was this kind of soul that was soaked in darkness. It would be best if there was some resentment in it. Then the taste would be different. Moreover, he could tell that this man must have been cast a spell on by someone. It should be good to eat. Thinking of this, Bailey Shangxie stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked his thin lips. Qingchen turned around and said to him, I forgot to call Beauty Wei Wei. It's already 11 o'clock. I'm not back so late, she must be worried. Bailey Shangxie didn't think much of it. Usually, he would jump to another city while eating. If he didn't return home for 3 days and 3 nights, his father wouldn't look for him. For Bailey Shangxie, this was a very normal thing. I'm going to borrow a phone to call Beauty Wei Wei. Little Qingchen bit his thumb and pattered over to the flight attendant. With a serious expression on his face, he asked, Sister, can I borrow your phone to call my mother? Qingchen looked so cute that the flight attendant's heart was about to melt. Little friend, are you lost? Your mother is sitting there. Sister will help you broadcast and ask her to come find you. Okay? My mother isn't on the train, only Grandma is. But Grandma is asleep. I don't want to wake her up, so I came to ask Sister to borrow a phone to call my mother. As Qingchen spoke, she tried to tiptoe and pointed at the old woman who was sleeping soundly not far away. Seeing that she couldn't even stand properly, the flight attendant immediately handed the phone to her. Here, take it and make the call. Thank you, Sister. Qingchen held the phone in her small hand and pattered over to Bailey Shangxie. Her white and tender little finger tapped the number on the screen again and again. After the number was dialed, she raised the phone to her ear. Bailey Shangxie saw that she was struggling to hold the big phone, so he freed one hand to help Qingchen press it. Hellion Vivian, who was riding the tomahawk to the final destination of the train, heard her earpiece ring. She picked it up without looking at the number. The sound of the wind was all around her. Hello? Beauty Wei Wei, it's me. Little Qingchen was very happy. He was afraid that Beauty Wei Wei wouldn't pick up when she saw an unknown number. Hellion Vivian raised her eyebrows and stopped the tomahawk by the roadside. Where are you? I'm on the train. Little Qingchen was so happy that he didn't even hold the phone. Instead, he let Bailey Shangxie hold it for him and pressed his little face against it. I'm with a friend I just met. Hellion Vivian's thin lips curved. Train K1117? Yes. Little Qingchen nodded. I saw a bad guy at the school gate, so I followed him. Hellion Vivian. So you were willing to be kidnapped from the start. Have you eaten? Hellion Vivian still felt sorry for her son. Little Qingchen moved again. Yes, I ate chocolate with the friend I just met. Hellion Vivian laughed. Do you want to lose all your teeth? Who's the phone? The human traffickers? No, the human trafficker was scared by the friend he just met and ran onto the train. We followed him, and then I borrowed a phone from the stewardess. Although little Qingchen's voice was very cute, the rules were very clear. Soon, Hellion Vivian noticed that his son kept talking about the friend he just met. Qingchen, are you hiding something from me? Chapter 888. Upon hearing this, little Qingchen's big round eyes darted around. He subconsciously looked at Bailey Shangxie, who was holding the phone in his hand. Then he turned his head and held the phone. He lowered his voice and said, Pretty Wei Wei, can I raise a little devil? The very obedient kind. Demon? Obedient? Obedient? After Hellion Wei Wei chuckled twice, she instantly thought of the 2 soulless corpses in the small hotel. Her eyes suddenly narrowed. That new friend of yours is a demon? Little Qingchen knew that he couldn't hide it, so he simply nodded his little head. Yes, He said that he likes to eat the chocolate cake you make. After we're done here, can we bring him home? After hearing the words chocolate cake, Bailey Shangxia's cool little face finally showed some expression. He also leaned over and put his ear to the phone screen. You can bring him home, but let's meet outside first. Hellion Vivian rode on the tomahawk and tilted his head to look at the side of the track. In the distance, he could still see the tail of the train turning into the tunnel. I'm going in the same direction as you. The trafficker will change trains halfway. After you get off the train, wait at the door. I will pick you up and watch your little demon. Don't let him eat people casually on the train, understand? Understood. Qingchen hung up the phone and looked up at Bailey Shangxia. Beauty Wei Wei is also here. She must have found the nest of the bad guys and wants to come with us to get rid of them. Bailey Shangxia's scarlet eyes paused. How does she know our route? She found out after checking. Qingchen said very casually. Bailey Shangxia glanced at him and thought to himself, don't bully me because I'm not educated. When did humans become so efficient? Besides, it's impossible for others to find out the train information of others, let alone the route. After making the call, Qingchen returned the phone to the flight attendant. However, she was still young. Normally, she should have washed up and gone to bed at this time. It was inevitable that she would feel sleepy now. She stretched out her small hand and rubbed her eyes. There was only one extra seat around them, and it was a temporary one. The next stop would be for passengers. Bailey Shangxia saw that he was sleepy, so he carried him and put him on the seat. He stood on the right side of little Qingchen to prevent others from touching him. Little Qingchen rubbed her eyes and suddenly thought of something. Do you want to call the person in charge of you? Usually, little demons needed someone to control them before they could come to the human world. Otherwise, they would have been captured by the Grim Reaper of the underworld. Bailey Shangxia was very indifferent. No, my father doesn't have time to care about me. He still needs to find my mother. Father? Mother? Little Qingchen felt that these two names sounded very familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before. She shook her little head and couldn't remember. Then, after we get rid of the bad guys, you can come back to my house with me first. Then, I'll ask Beauty Wei Wei to inform your father to pick you up. Okay. The two little people, one standing and one sitting, said a few words from time to time, until the little one fell asleep, like a chicken eating rice. His head kept bumping into Bailey Shangxia's shoulder. Bailey Shangxia was afraid that he would hurt his little nose, so he just stood there without moving. He supported the little one with his shoulder and did not forget to hold little Qingchen's back with his hand. His expression did not change at all. His eyes were looking at the scenery outside the window. His small side profile was very cool. His thin lips seemed to be moving, but it was not obvious. When the train passed through the tunnel, his face was reflected in the window. Only then did she know that he was talking to someone. At this time, almost everyone in the train was asleep. No one noticed that many black crows had been circling the train since just now. Large clusters of black feathers fell from the front of the train, painting the whole way. That was a sign unique to the arrival of demons. Bailey Shangxia raised his little eyebrows. Father actually came and made such a big scene. That's enough. The black crow flapped its wings twice. Just like that, it stuck to the window of the train and called out in a low voice twice. Bailey Shangxia was afraid that it would wake little Qingchen up, so he reached out two small hands and covered little Qingchen's ears. Then he said in a low voice, I know after I'm done with this, I'll look for Father. Go ahead and keep an eye on a person. I've made a mark on him so it's easy to find him. Watch him carefully, don't let him run away. After hearing the order, the black crows left the window, but they still did not leave the train. They circled back and forth above the carriage as if they had found someone. That scene was very strange. When the train attendant saw that, she immediately sent a message to the train conductor. So many black crows, where did they come from? No one could answer their question. Even the train conductor's final answer was, probably when the train passed through the tunnel, it woke up the black crows. This is a very normal phenomenon. When they reach the next tunnel, they will probably leave. Even if they don't leave, it's fine. They just saw a glowing object, so they followed it all the way. Under normal circumstances, such an explanation was used to fool the crowd. Ordinary people did not know, but the train conductor knew very well. There were many trains passing through the tunnel, so when had so many black crows appeared, something must have happened. However, unlike flying on land, as long as one was careful, one could deal with it. Therefore, everything seemed to be safe and sound. The people in the carriage who were not asleep were all leaning against the window to look outside. They had never seen so many black crows flying in groups. If it were not for the dark sky, many people would have raised their phones to take pictures. Such a shocking scene was really rare. At this time, the human trafficker woke up. His head was still leaning against the carriage door, and he looked outside through the window. It was hard not to notice the black crows flying past his eyes. And for some reason, he had a feeling that those black crows were staring at him. That's right, as if they were following someone's orders, they were staring at him. The human trafficker was frightened by his own thoughts. He shook his head and thought that it must be because too many things had happened today, so he had such an illusion, but he was still worried, especially when he saw the blood-red eyes of the black crows. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. He finally understood why those black crows gave him such a familiar feeling. The color of those eyes was obviously the color of the child who should not have been kidnapped. The strange feeling from before returned. The human trafficker smiled coldly, then took out the yellow talisman and hung it around his neck. Since he knew where the problem was, it was easy to deal with. When he got off the train, he would ask the master to clean up all these dirty things. Chapter 889. Soon, the train to the Yungue district arrived at the station. The trafficker was not in a hurry to get off the train. Instead, he looked at the black crows flying around outside and dialed a number with his mobile phone. "Boss, I'm being watched. No, not by the police, but by a group of dirty things. These dirty things are obviously trying to ruin our business. If they keep following me, I won't be able to bring the goods onto the train. Ask the master to give me some advice, and I'll wipe out this group of dirty things." The person on the other end of the phone hung up after hearing the situation. The person who was called the boss by the trafficker was a local tyrant in the Yungue district. People called him the Sixth Master. He was in the business of trafficking children and women all year round. It was reasonable to say that this kind of task of delivering goods by train would not have a big problem. Even if he exposed a flaw and was being watched, it was just a matter of breaking a line. However, this time he did not know what the problem was. Not only did the police investigate him closely, but they also alarmed various organizations and stopped many of his transactions. At first, he thought that he had offended someone. Now, when he heard that there were dirty things causing trouble, he could not take it anymore. He turned around and went to the meditation room on the second floor. If nothing important had happened, he would not have dared to disturb them. But now he could not bear it anymore. He reached out and pushed the door open. A woman in her 30s was sitting in the room. She was wearing clothes similar to an Indian kasaya and many Buddhist prayer beads around her neck. She was teaching a child how to read. Her side profile looked very gentle, but the child seemed to be very scared and did not learn a single word at all. The woman gripped the ballpoint pen in her hand tightly, as if she was enduring something. She took a breath and stood up from the wooden chair. She had a very exotic face, soft black hair that reached her waist, and a Buddhist aura in her eyes. She looked up at the Sixth Master and said in a neither cold nor warm voice, "What's the matter? Master, it's like this. Old Seven has encountered some problems. It seems that he has been targeted by some dirty things. These dirty things may ruin our plans. When the time comes, those children of single parents that you want." Old Six's voice was somewhat probing, just hoping that she could help solve the problem. In the past, he had never believed that there were ghosts in this world, and he was not afraid of those things. It was not until he met such a person a few days ago that Old Sixth realized that there were some things in this world that could not be explained by common sense. For example, there were widely spread cases in the market that could make people follow you with a pat on the shoulder. The practical application was not the legendary secret medicine at all. A paper talisman could do it. There were also methods to kill people and tricks to raise ghosts. Every one of them was very powerful. Although Old Sixth still didn't know the background of this master in front of him, with this woman's help, he was able to earn 3 times more than before. In the past, he was only in charge of selling goods. Those unorganized human traffickers who abducted children from all over the country would buy goods from him, and the cost in between was a large sum of money. Now, he was a real organization. In just 1 month, the number of children shipped to the Yungue district had reached 5 digits. This master's temper was very strange. She did not take money, but only picked the children that she liked among the goods. However, these children would only stay with her for 3 days at most. After 3 days, no one knew where the children went, and no one dared to ask. Old Sixth could see that the reason why she came to him was because he was in this line of work. He wondered what the master had done to those children. She couldn't have eaten them, right? Old Sixth did not dare to think too much. He lowered his head respectfully. The woman glanced at him and said in a faint voice, "Where is he now? The train has arrived. It should be time to get off." Old Sixth took out his phone and said, "Why don't you talk to him?" The woman did not answer the phone. It seemed that all her thoughts were on the child. She picked up a ballpoint pen and said, "It's not necessary. The train station is a very easy place to set up a formation. You can ask him to take my talisman, bite his right hand, and draw a cross on the ground. It will be solved naturally. Just keep the phone connected. Put it on speaker. I can hear it." Old Sixth's eyes lit up when he saw that she was going to command personally. He immediately put it on speaker. Hearing the feedback from the other side of the phone, the human trafficker rubbed his hands and looked at Black Crow outside the window. His eyes flashed with excitement and killing intent. This group of ungrateful bastards. They could have gone to heaven, but they just had to come in front of him to court death. He smiled sinisterly, pulled the zipper of his coat tight, and walked out of the train in big strides. The master said that if we want to find a way, we have to find a place far away from the exit. At this time, in the carriage, little Chin was still a little sleepy. He did not know that they had arrived at the station. He just felt that it was a little noisy. He stretched out his 2 little hands and rubbed his eyes. The ahog on his head was still staring blankly. Bailey Shangxia saw that he did not want to leave, so he carried him in a domineering manner. He carried little Chin and walked forward slowly. He could not see the road ahead, so he could only tilt his head. His little face was very serious, as if he was completing a mission. When the people around saw the 2 little guys, they made way for them. Some even took out their phones to take a picture and posted it on Weibo. They said, "They are so cute. I want to take them home and raise them," and so on. Bailey Shangxia did not care about what others did. He just felt strange being surrounded by a bunch of ham sausages. If he lost his patience, he might just grab one of them and eat it. However, if he was carrying little Chin, Bailey Shangxia could not free his hands. He played the role of a good brother throughout the journey. Perhaps even Bailey Shangxia did not know that when he was treating little Chin, he had an unprecedented gentleness. When they got off the train, the black crows swarmed over and landed on the branches of the trees beside the tracks. There were so many birds that the staff could not chase them away no matter how hard they tried. They did not dare to chase them away. After all, black crows were not sparrows. This kind of situation was rare. If it was overseas in a castle with good greenery, there would be a lot of black crows at night. However, in mainland Huaxia, such a scene had never happened before. Many black feathers fell on the tracks of the train station. The people who got out of the station looked back from time to see those black crows. Helian Weiwei was on the dirt road on the other side of the tracks. The performance of the BMW Tomahawk was already good. Coupled with Helian Weiwei's driving skills, she swerved her tail and crossed the break in the dirt road. She leaned forward and fell heavily on the painted asphalt road. Originally, the person who stopped in front of her was a red car waiting for someone. The driver was looking down at his phone when he saw a heavy motorcycle fall heavily from the top of his head. The line of the motorcycle was smooth, and the speed was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fucking cool. Could it be that they are shooting a movie? Did that motorcycle just come out of the top of our heads? Is there something hanging on it? I don't think so. In this day and age, even a motorcycle has to be taken out to show off. Fuck. Do you know what that motorcycle is? A BMW Tomahawk. Look at that model, it is the old version. It is probably out of production now. You can't buy it even if you want to. Trash. The sudden appearance of the BMW Tomahawk made the traffic flow at the train station a mess. In the small cities of China, there were very few people who really knew about cars. Even in the big cities, everyone was familiar with sports cars. For things like motorcycles, they always felt that except for Harley, the rest were not very valuable. This was also the reason why the rich lady thought that Helene Vivian was very poor when she saw her. In fact, Helene Wei's BMW Tomahawk was just like what the driver had said. Because of the model, not everyone could buy it just because they wanted to. Helene Wei didn't get off the car. Instead, she leaned over and skimmed through the gap between the two cars. The night wind blew her long hair and clothes. Like a raging flame, she braked and stopped directly in the square of the train station. Her long legs supported the body of the car. With a wave of her fingers, she took off the helmet on her head. Originally, the surrounding people were already stunned speechless by this flashy scene. At this time, when they saw Wei's beautiful little face, they immediately stopped breathing and widened their eyes. Helene Vivian did not look at the commotion she caused. Instead, she looked at the unusual group of black crows and raised her eyebrows. So many black crows? No matter how powerful a little demon was, it was impossible to mobilize so many black crows. Those who knew about yin and yang exorcism knew that black crows were originally the true form of demons. After they became demons, they would transform into human forms and become demons that even bloodlings did not want to provoke. The black crows were an ancient and elegant race. They were very common in Britain and usually lived in castles. However, in China there were so many of them. Unless a big figure came, they would never move out in groups. In the train station, Bailey Shangxia was walking out with Qingchen in his arms. He was swaying like a roly-poly toy. Little Qingchen rubbed her eyes and finally woke up. She turned her head and looked at the exit. She wondered if Beauty Wei had arrived. "What is your mother wearing?" Bailey Shangxia asked in a cool voice. Little Qingchen hummed. "It doesn't matter what she's wearing. It's easy to recognize her car." The two children's line of sight was blocked by the adults. Even if Bailey Shangxia was not carrying little Qingchen, it was difficult for them to see the scene outside the crowd. The human trafficker was different. The position where he set up the formation was directly facing the exit. When he focused his gaze, he saw the two little guys holding hands and trying their best to walk up the stairs. He could not see the face of the older one clearly, but the younger one was facing him. It was clearly the little brat who had almost caused him to suffer. Chapter 890. He had long felt that there was something wrong with these two children. Now that he saw them following him, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Not to mention other things which 3-year-old child would take the train by himself. The black crows that were flying towards them all stopped behind the slightly bigger person, as if they had been summoned by him. The human trafficker looked at Bailey Shangxia's back from afar, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a cold smile. A little brat who knew a little bit of Taoist magic thought that he was invincible and wanted to trick him? He was courting death. The human trafficker did not hesitate. He took a step forward, bit his finger and drew a cross on the ground. Then he flipped his palm and pressed the yellow talisman on the ground. With a soft hiss, the yellow talisman emitted a faint light and swayed in the air as if it was absorbing something. Soon it filled the entire train station. After doing all this, the human trafficker curled his lips into a smile. This time he wanted to see how these two brats and those damn black crows could escape. "Master, I've done everything. What else do you need?" The human trafficker was very excited. The voice on the other end of the phone was emotionless. "Find a place further away and draw another cross. This cross must be drawn at the most shady place for you to control the formation. Then you just have to wait. You'll see the effect in a while." Hearing this, The human trafficker's smile became even more sinister. It was as if he could already see the two little brats dying soon. He had seen the master use the formation in the past. He could take anyone's life as he wished. Now that he was doing it himself, the feeling was self-evident. He just had to wait for 3 minutes and use the formation to break the balance of the earth's chi. These black crows would have all their souls sucked away. The two brats who did not know what was good for them would also be reduced to ashes. The black crows were the first to react. After all, compared to Bailey Shangxia, these black crows were just birds. They could not resist a formation deliberately set up by someone. When Bailey Shangxia was still holding little Qingqian's hand to climb up the stairs, the black crows seemed to be affected by something. Their eyes were shrouded in a black fog and were about to condense into a vicious aura. In the square, Hellion Vivian, who was holding the BMW tomahawk, paused in the middle of pulling out the key and looked behind her. The yang qi here was supposed to be very strong, but there was a strong current at this time. This current collided with each other and formed a yin qi vortex. Therefore, the yin and yang intertwined and formed a strong chaotic aura around the train station. It was easy to make people restless and evil thoughts. Who was the one who tampered with this? Was he trying to make all the black crows fall into a demonic state so that they could attack people randomly? Thinking of this, Hellion Wei's eyes turned cold. The human trafficker looked at the black crows that were beginning to fly away and was secretly delighted. He thought that if he stood there, no one would be able to discover him. Even if the two brats were somewhat capable, they would be trapped alive by him in the end. He could do whatever he wanted. The human trafficker was planning to put another yellow talisman in the formation. However, he did not expect that when he bent down to take out the talisman, a beautiful BMW tomahawk would suddenly jump out from behind him and directly crush the formation. The rumbling sound was like the low roar of a tiger. The person in the car looked at him and then curled her thin lips into a faint smile. "Are you the one who kidnapped my little Qingqian?" The human trafficker's eyes were cold. He was not even afraid of the police now. Why would he be afraid of a woman? He reached out and wanted to use the formation's power to extract Hellion Vivian's soul. Following the movements of the human traffickers, thin black smoke gathered from all directions like little snakes. Each of the little snakes spat out their tongues and aimed at Hellion Wei, who was on the battle axe. "Go to hell, you blind woman!" The human trafficker was already immersed in the thrill of killing. His eyes were burning and his face was filled with a savage smile. He really thought that it would be easy to kill Hellion Vivian. However, Hellion Vivian did not even move in the face of the black snakes that were surging toward her. She still maintained her cool posture of supporting herself with one leg. The black snakes immediately fell from mid-air and turned into black fog. When the wind blew, nothing was left. For the phoenixes of Buddhism, this kind of array formation was nothing more than child's play. One must know that the phoenix was the exalted Buddha who was immune to all evil. When the human trafficker saw this, the smile on his face completely froze. How could this be? How could the formation given to him by the master fail? Impossible. This was impossible. The human trafficker refused to believe it and wanted to use the formation again. However, the yellow talisman seemed to be stunned by someone's aura and did not move at all. Looking at the situation in front of him, the human trafficker understood that he had kicked an iron plate. His opponent was definitely someone who knew sorcery. But that should not be the case. One must know that he had used a 9-turn yellow talisman that was stained with blood. Even if it was daytime, it should not have failed so easily. How powerful could this woman be? Unless he had encountered the Pei family. When he thought of this possibility, the human trafficker immediately broke out in cold sweat. When the master was casting the spell, she had once mentioned that if he encountered someone from the Pei family, it was best not to have any evil thoughts. He should also try his best to hide his evil thoughts. Otherwise, he would be dealt with immediately. This was because that was the real exorcist tribe. Since ancient times, they had been cleaning up sins that ordinary people could not see. If he had encountered someone from the Pei family, he would be in big trouble. Unless the Grandmaster himself was here, he had no chance of winning. After realizing this, The human trafficker didn't even bother to pick up the yellow talisman on the ground. His sinister eyes swept over the old woman who was walking over from the side. He pushed the old woman forward and ran away. Hellion Vivian narrowed her eyes and used her long legs to support the old woman. Just as she was about to give chase, the old woman reached out and grabbed her sleeve. The old woman looked at Hellion Vivian as if she was looking at an enemy. "Don't think of leaving. Do you think you can leave after bumping into me? Do you think you can get away so easily?" Hearing this shout, many people on the other side of the square looked in this direction. The old woman could not be blamed for having such a misconception. She had felt a gust of wind blow her away and thought that the other party's motorcycle had hit her. Old people would often have such misconceptions. Usually, when encountering such a situation, it was really difficult to explain, especially when there was no video recording. The bystanders did not know what was going on and surrounded them. They thought that the person riding the tomahawk would not be able to explain herself and would have to go to the police station. If the old lady was a local and had connections in her family, then this matter would definitely be more difficult to deal with. The result of this matter seemed to be predictable. The police patrolling the square also walked over and was about to ask what had happened. In the face of the old woman's slander, Hellion Vivian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. She said to the police, "I want to record a statement with a voice recorder." The police paused and could not react. After all, the other party's tone was too smooth, as if she knew the whole process better than they did. "If you don't have a voice recorder, I have one." Hellion Vivian chuckled and removed the glasses on her windbreaker, revealing a black recording device. She looked at the old woman and said unhurriedly, "Did you think that I rushed out from behind you and hit you, causing you to fall?" "Yes." The old woman was still panting with anger when she said this. In fact, she herself did not know what caused her to fall. But there was such a car in front of her and it was very fast. She must have been hit by the other party. After getting such an unreasonable answer, Hellion Wei felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through her heart. But her tone was still very indifferent. "Let me confirm with you again. Just now, did you think that I rushed out from behind you and then hit you, causing you to fall? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" For some reason, the police felt that when the other party was speaking, she seemed to have deliberately emphasized the word behind. He seemed to have only heard such a way of speaking in one place, and that was in court. There was no mistake. In court, there were often lawyers who used such a way of speaking when questioning their clients. "Yes. How many times do you want me to say it? I was walking on this road. If you didn't hit me from behind, would I fall? Don't think that I'm old and muddle-headed. I know everything." The old woman was still a little dizzy when she fell, and now even her arm was a little painful. She only wanted Hellion Vivian to take responsibility. However, what she did not expect, and what the surrounding people did not expect, was that Hellion Vivian put away the recording pen and handed it to the police. Then, she pointed at her BMW Tomahawk and pointed at the old woman opposite her. Then, she said neither slowly nor slowly, "Just now, the old woman said that the person who hit her rushed out from behind. The front of my motorcycle was facing this old woman. Whether it is in terms of physics or the path, it is impossible for me to rush over from behind the old woman. May I ask if I can leave now?" When the old woman who was still rubbing her arm heard this, she was dumbfounded. "Wait a minute, I think." The old woman rubbed her head and wanted to say something. Hellion Wei interrupted her directly and laughed mockingly. "Old madam, I've confirmed with you twice, and you've repeated it yourself. All the evidence is in the recording. Are you going to say that you've remembered wrongly again?" The old woman's words were suddenly choked in her throat, and her face was burning red. The surrounding people understood what was going on. They never thought of using this method to prove themselves. It was simply 100 points of wittiness. Most of the time, these things would go back and forth. That was because the moment they arrived at the police station, they would encounter ambiguous answers. Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether you were the one who hit the person, as long as it looked like you were the one who hit the person, you would have to take responsibility. Even if she was wronged, there was nothing she could do. However, Helly and Vivian directly found the most important evidence and asked the old woman again and again, letting the old woman reveal the loophole. In this way, what the truth was would naturally be determined. Now, people had suffered too much in this aspect. Now that they saw Helly and Vivian doing this, they always felt that they had vented their stuffiness. Some people even couldn't help but shout, "Well done!" The police had never met such a person, and looked at Helly and Vivian with eyes full of surprise. The old woman knew that she had misunderstood, so she didn't say anything. However, at the same time, she couldn't bring herself to say that she was wrong in public. She could only hug her arm and cry out in pain as if she was escaping. Helly and Vivian didn't even look at her. She would never waste time on such a person. She couldn't catch up with her, so she simply walked to the place where she had just cast the spell. She bent down and picked up the yellow talisman on the ground. That yellow talisman didn't look like one that was commonly seen in the market. In her memory, she seemed to have seen such a talisman before, but she was a little vague about what it was. The only thing she was sure of was that this yellow talisman wasn't simple. Helly and Vivian turned her face to the side and pressed on the Bluetooth headset with her slender fingers. "Monkey, I have a talisman here. Help me check its origin." After saying that, she directly took a high-definition picture with her iPhone and sent it over. The call finally got through, but Monkey didn't immediately check the picture. Instead, he asked anxiously, "Boss, did you find the little boss? He must be hungry now. Those human traffickers better not let me catch them. Otherwise, I will skin them alive." Helly and Vivian was stunned. Right, little Ching-Chin. Beauty Weiwei is never late. She must have encountered something. Little Ching-Chin held the bowl of noodles that Bailey Shangxia bought for her with two small hands. She wasn't anxious at all. Her small mouth blew on the noodles, and then held the bowl of noodles and drank a mouthful of hot soup. "It tastes like braised beef. Do you want to have a mouthful?" Just as Bailey Shangxia nodded, little Ching-Chin clumsily held the bowl of noodles and fed it to him. She was just short of saying something like, "Big brother, drink the soup." The two little people sat on the steps of the exit with their heads touching each other, drinking the hot soup. The scene was extremely cute. During this time, Bailey Shangxia rolled up Ching-Chin's sleeves twice. When he rolled up Ching-Chin's sleeves for the third time, Helly and Vivian just happened to rush over. As Helly and Ching-Chin and Bailey Shangxia's clothes had been changed, at first, Helly and Vivian only glanced at them. When she saw the little person who was strenuously holding the bowl of noodles to feed someone, Helly and Vivian curled her lips and smiled. She strode over with her long legs. Chapter 891. Bailey Shangxia was the first to notice that there was someone behind them. He put down Ching-Chin's hand and stared at a certain spot with his red eyes. His handsome little face was full of vigilance. When Ching-Chin saw that the little devil she wanted to raise had stopped moving, her little hand also paused. She followed Bailey Shangxia's gaze and turned her head. Her eyes suddenly widened and sparkled like a furry little squirrel. That kind of happiness was so obvious that even Bailey Shangxia couldn't help but raise his little eyebrows. At this moment, Helly and Vivian had already walked in front of the two little people. She bent down and carried Ching-Chin up and rubbed her hard in her arms. Sounds immediately came from the other side of the phone. The six rough men shouted at each other, afraid that the other side couldn't hear them. "Boss, have you found little boss? I'm going over now. I'll definitely be there in less than half an hour." "Olda, can you be more skilled in lying? It'll take at least an hour to reach the train station from here." "Little boss, don't listen to him. Look at me. I made you an omelet today. It's very delicious. Look at the situation now. Why are you still talking about your ugly omelet?" "Little boss, buy whatever you want at the train station. I have a box of money here. You can eat whatever you want." Helly and Vivian's ears hurt from the noise. She said to her son, "Come, say something into the ear mic." Ching-Chin was very cooperative. Her little hand took off Helly and Vivian's earpiece and said seriously, "I've already eaten a bowl of noodles. My new friend bought it for me." "Friend?" When the rough men who were driving heard this, they all paused and had different thoughts in their minds. They felt that this new friend had taken away little boss's attention from them. What should they do? Alright, that's all I have to say. Let's meet at the original location. See you in 2 hours. Hellion Wei Wei hung up the phone after she finished speaking and set her earphones to silent mode. After doing all this, Hellion Vivian looked at Bailey Shangxie, who hadn't said a word. Bailey Shangxie was also sizing up Hellion Vivian. The black crows behind him landed one after another, their eyes filled with the unique bloodthirsty evil of demons. I heard that you like chocolate very much? Hellion Vivian smiled and bent down. She wanted to pass the bag of chocolates that she always carried with her to Bailey Shangxie. The chocolates inside were all handmade. Each of them was in the shape of a ball, which was very attractive. Bailey Shangxie did not extend his hand. Hellion Vivian directly opened the 2 balls and fed one to him and the other to Qingchen. Bailey Shangxie had never been fed by anyone in his life. His cool little face was a little uncomfortable, but this didn't affect his enjoyment of the chocolate at all. Qingchen was also eating happily. Her little mouth was black. She held the bag of chocolates in her left hand and reached out to hold Bailey Shangxie's hand with her right hand. Bailey Shangxie already had the self-awareness of being an older brother. Knowing that he couldn't walk steadily, he directly held Qingchen's hand and walked forward while chewing the chocolate in his mouth. Hellion Vivian raised her eyebrows. She thought that this was good. She didn't need to hold Qingchen's hand anymore. Someone else could do it for her. Beauty Vivian, you told the uncles to gather at the original location. Where is the original location? Qingchen finished the chocolate in her mouth and wanted to eat another one. Hellion Vivian raised her hand and took back the bag of chocolates. She said casually, on a green train. The leader of the abductors is there. They want to carry out the transaction there. Hearing this, the 2 little ones looked at each other and said in unison, We'll go too. Hellion Vivian smiled. I can take you there, but don't let the incident at the small hotel happen again. Person's soul mysteriously disappears. If there are too many cases of such strange deaths, it will alarm the police. What we want to do this time is not only to kill them, but also to destroy their organization. Do you understand? Was she talking about the Little Highness? Black Crow, who had already recovered his original form, turned his eyes. He thought about the exorcist who told him to pay attention to the Little Highness last time. It seemed that the Little Highness had taken away his magical power on the spot. There was also the vampire hunter in England who was beaten up by the Little Highness until he couldn't get out of bed for 7 days. This time, how would the Little Highness deal with the other party? However, what Black Crow didn't expect was that the Little Highness just nodded coolly, as if he could guarantee that he could do it. Oh my God! The Little Highness wouldn't even listen to the king. Moreover, the Little Highness had always liked to go against the king. This was probably the first time the Little Highness listened to someone. Was it going to rain red from the sky? Just because of a chocolate ball? The Black Crows looked at each other in silence. They felt that the whole world was a fantasy. Bailey Shangxie obviously knew what the Black Crows were thinking. He raised his eyes and glanced at them. His gaze was extremely cold. The Black Crows shivered and immediately straightened their bodies, looking forward with great interest. Hellion Vivian didn't waste any time. She wrapped the 2 little ones in her windbreaker and placed them at the front of the BMW Tomahawk. It was equivalent to 3 people sitting on a motorcycle. Bailey Shangxie had never sat on a motorcycle before, and he had never been so close to anyone. However, he had the demeanor of an older brother. He hugged Qingchen from behind with his 2 small hands. He was afraid that the wind would blow her, so he even covered her hands with his windbreaker. Hellion Vivian sat at the back. She reached out and buckled her helmet. Her voice was clear as she said, "Hold on tight. Let's go." With a whoosh, the motorcycle started moving. The Tomahawk BMW cut through the late spring night in the most beautiful manner. Along the way, the laughter of the 2 little ones could be heard, as if they were playing some interesting game. Hellion Vivian seemed to have just thought of something. She sped up and said to Bailey Shangxie, "Do you want the Black Crows behind us to inform your family where you are going?" "No." Bailey Shangxie shook his head. He thought about it and added, "I'm running away from home." Hellion Vivian, Qingchen, Didn't he get kidnapped? Since when did he become running away from home? Anyway, no one at home cares about me. Bailey Shangxia's voice was getting softer and softer. I've never been loved at home. The crows that were flying around almost fell from the sky when they heard this. You have the final say in the entire demon world. What else do you want, my little highness? I've always been obedient to my father. Bailey Shangxia lowered his head again. But he has never found anything good about me. He even said that if I get expelled again, he won't let me go to kindergarten anymore. Chapter 892. Black Crow. Mainly because it was rare to see a 12-year-old being expelled from a school in just a month. Indeed, as long as the king's name was mentioned, everything could be settled. But to let you continue eating people in school. Little Highness, that's a kindergarten, not a cattle ranch. Also, when have you ever listened to the king? Even if you want to lie, you have to have a conscience. Bailey Shangxia was not moved at all, because he liked how he was now. He was holding a soft little girl in his arms, and someone was feeding him chocolate. Little Qingqin looked very worrisome, and she was even wobbling when she walked. Of course, he had to find a way to stay openly. Black Crow. It's not your fault that other people's children can't walk properly. Besides, what was your first reaction when you saw people in the past? Eating. When have you ever cared whether other children can walk properly? Don't use such kind words to deceive the audience. Okay? Bailey Shangxia gave Black Crow a warning look as he passed by him, and turned his head to the left. It was said that this angle made him look more pitiful. After adjusting his posture, Bailey Shangxia continued, and recently, he's planning to marry a woman I don't know at all to be my stepmother. I don't like that. Black Crow. In order to stay, you're already using unscrupulous means to become the king of darkness, Little Highness. Anyone would believe you if they heard you say that. As expected, Hellion Vivian freed a hand and rubbed his head. Since you don't want to go back, you can sleep with Qingchun for a few days, if you think it's okay. Okay. Bailey Shangxia obviously thought it was okay. He was waiting for this sentence. Hellion Vivian smiled, and thought to herself, I wonder who's so scumbag that he's willing to neglect his own son for a woman. His Highness, who was mistaken for a scumbag, was currently sitting in the first-class cabin of a flight to the Yungue district. His slender legs were naturally crossed, and he was holding a wine glass filled with red liquid in his hand. His face was reflected in the window of the cabin. Dressed in a black suit, he looked like the king of the night. The stewardesses had already looked over here more than once. That handsome face against the light that seemed to be cast by a knife was unusually handsome and could make people's hearts beat faster. They had seen a lot of people, including celebrities and CEOs of entrepreneurs, but none of them were as impressive as the man in front of them. His skin was as white as fine porcelain, and his temperament was more like those European aristocrats that were often mentioned in movies. He looked condescending, as if all living things were just a bunch of ants in his eyes. The stewardesses looked at his short silver hair and wanted to take the opportunity to talk to him. One of them didn't even wait and pushed the cart over. Sir, do you want me to give you another glass of red wine? No need. His voice was very cold. It was as if the moment he opened his mouth, the temperature of the surroundings would rise. The stewardess smiled and didn't care about the rejection. Men with capital were always very arrogant, and she liked to challenge anything that was impossible. Then I'll cover you with a blanket. The plane will land in 20 minutes. As she spoke, the stewardess wanted to bend over and touch Beligaju. Bailey Jiaju didn't say anything. He glanced sideways at her. The color of blood slowly flowed in his eyes. The coldness within immediately made the stewardess freeze. Azure Dragon, who was sitting next to him, reacted the fastest. He blocked the stewardess and said in a faint voice, "We don't need a blanket. You can go out." The stewardess was embarrassed. She didn't say anything and pushed the cart away. She had never been rejected like this before. After the cabin was quiet, Beligaju took off his suit jacket without thinking and threw it aside. Azure Dragon and Fire Qilin looked at him again. They thought that their master was still the same as before. Except for the princess, anyone who touched him would end up badly. If the stewardess had come a little closer, she would probably have died immediately. Their master's character had never changed because of the 3 years of settling down. Instead, what covered his body was layer after layer of indifference. It was as if the disappearance of the princess had taken away the only warm side of their master. They didn't know if they could successfully find the princess this time. Just as Azure Dragon and Fire Cheelin were thinking about this, a large number of black crows covered the top of the plane. At such a high altitude, these black crows shouldn't have appeared. Therefore, when the plane's detector showed that there was an unknown object approaching, the captain's heart skipped a beat. He immediately ordered people to investigate the situation. A group of black crows? Are you kidding me? Why are there black crows here? The captain had been flying for so many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. The co-pilot also frowned. When we took off, I saw a news report saying that a train was surrounded by a group of black crows after passing through a tunnel. Did we encounter the same situation? Black crows surrounding a train? The captain felt that the whole world was nonsense. The co-pilot nodded. It said that they were affected by light and sound waves. What about the train? What happened in the end? The captain only wanted to know if it would be dangerous if this continued. The co-pilot thought for a moment and said, "Nothing. Everything is normal. It's just that the black crows will always follow. Forget it. Let's find a way to avoid them." This was the captain's last thought. After all, they had no choice but to see how to fly without being affected. The most important thing was to ensure safety. Planes were different from trains. Sometimes, something went wrong. The existence of a bird could cause a devastating accident. Fortunately, everything seemed to be normal. However, the zoologists who received the news began to make a commotion. They said that this must be a sign that the black crows were migrating to the east. They also linked the appearance of these black crows to the melting of the Arctic ice. Those zoologists who studied animals never thought that the reason for these black crows' appearance was very simple. It was just that their owner was on the plane. When the black crows were disturbed, Baligaju would be the first to sense it. Therefore, when he noticed that someone was doing something, he decided to fly to the Yungue area. However, the human trafficker who did this had no idea who he was about to face. He planned to wait until he met the master so that the master could find a way to capture the 2 little people again and turn them into ghosts. Chapter 893. After more than 9 hours of hiding, the traffickers finally arrived at the warehouse before 2 in the morning. The so-called warehouse was a place where the abducted children were kept. These children were abducted from all over the country. Some of them were starved for 2 days when they grew up, and only sold when they became obedient. Some of them were only a week old, and their memories were not fully formed yet. These children were the easiest to take care of. As long as a few professional nannies were found to take care of them for 2 or 3 days, they would be able to find a buyer. Regardless of the situation, as long as these children were out of the warehouse, it would be difficult to find them again. This was because they would be sold to many places. In the countryside, boys were the most popular. Often, there were people who could not bear children, so they would spend money to buy them. A child would range from 20 to 50,000 yuan. After buying them, as long as the child was registered, the child would belong to them. Even if the police wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find anything. Those who were not obedient would be sold to the beggar camp by the traffickers. The beggar camp had its own power in the local area, and it had its own perfect household registration system. Breaking the children's legs and making them beg on the side of the road was the best way to make money. At this time, even if you called the police, it would be useless because no one would care. Moreover, even if you wanted to, you would not know where to start. There were too many people in the mainland. Once the children sold by the traffickers were legally adopted, they would form a natural protective layer. Many times, many people, whether rich or poor, would search the whole of China in order to find their lost child. They would search for a year, 3 years, or even longer. In fact, not being able to find them was not the cruelest thing. The cruelest thing was that one day, When you passed by a street and felt that a child was very pitiful, you would give him $1, but you would not recognize that the child was the son that you had been thinking about. Because too much time had passed, and children changed their appearance day by day, how could it be so easy? Coincidentally, I recognized you and you recognized me. Reality was not an idle drama. When many parents found their child with the help of the police, the child would only feel that you were a stranger. Thus, they began to pray. Even if the child was not by their side, they still hoped that there would be a pair of parents who would treat them better after buying them. That would be better than being a beggar with broken limbs. However, the human traffickers never understood this. In their eyes, there was only money. With the backing behind them, they wouldn't have to worry about being found out. As long as they were local tyrants, some things didn't need to be said for everyone to understand. White Dao wouldn't touch them at all. This was also the reason why the human trafficker relaxed as soon as he arrived at the warehouse. He had nothing to be afraid of in his territory. The human trafficker knew that since the other party had found him at the train station, she would definitely not let him go. However, he was not worried at all. They had the final say in this area. Even if the exorcist family came, they could still kill her. When the human trafficker thought of this, he immediately dialed the number of the higher-ups and told the whole story to Godfather Lu. Godfather Lu was a shrewd person. That night, he was drinking with a certain someone. After the call ended, he used the glass in his hand to touch the other person's. If there's a problem, I'll have to ask you to take care of me, big brother. Of course I know how to take care of you. But sixth brother, let me remind you, don't go overboard. While drinking, one of them spoke to Godfather Lu as if he was talking to his comrades. If it's time to rein it in, then rein it in. Don't make things difficult for everyone on the surface. Yes, you're right, big brother. After Godfather Lu finished speaking, he said to the hostess who was accompanying him, "Why are you in a daze? Can't you see that big brother has wine in his glass? Hurry up and fill it up." The hostess smiled. There was a hint of charm in her innocence. She deliberately sat closer to one of them and poured wine into his glass. It could be said that both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves to the fullest. After they finished drinking, they asked the hostess to send the man back to the most luxurious suite in the hotel. This was something that everyone was well aware of. Today, no one would check the green train from Yungue district to somewhere else. The mainland was not like other places. Some organizations' connections were not that useful. Once there was someone in charge, it was even more difficult to make a move. This was also the reason why human trafficking was so blatant in this area. Helene Vivian did not drive directly to the train station. Instead, she brought the two children into an internet cafe. The internet cafe was very close to the train station. There were many people playing games inside. As it was already past 2 in the morning, the person at the front desk was a little tired. When he heard someone come in, he did not raise his head and said, "Do you want to stay open all night or by the hour? It's 10 yuan for the whole night. If it's by the hour, it's 5 yuan per hour for non-members and 3 yuan per hour for members. I'm looking for Old Cat, your boss." When the name Old Cat came out, the receptionist who was lying on the keyboard immediately raised his head. He glanced at Helene Vivian and saw the two children behind her. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you're looking for our boss?" "Yes." As Helene Vivian spoke, she took out the phone she always carried and showed the photo to the receptionist. The receptionist's expression became even more strange. He muttered, "Why did you bring 2 children with you when you came out to do business?" He took the things and stood up. "Our boss is behind you. He said that someone will come today and is waiting." Helene Vivian walked over with the 2 children. The receptionist went around the front yard and knocked on the door 3 times. Then, he pushed the door open and let Helene Vivian and the 2 children in. The room wasn't big, but it was filled with the aroma of tea. There was a wooden table in the center of the room, and on top of the table was a tea set. Beside it was a purple toad. It was translucent, and it was obvious that it was extraordinary. Yungue region produced tea and loved to drink tea. They all had their own tea sets. However, it was unusual for such an internet cafe to have a priceless purple toad. The person drinking tea was a middle-aged man. He wore a string of prayer beads on his hand. When he saw Hellion Vivian come in, he raised his head slightly and said, "You were introduced by Master Monkey?" Master Monkey? Qingqin found this name familiar. Her little ears twitched. She did not know that Uncle Monkey had such an honorific name. Hellion Vivian smiled faintly and nodded. She did not say anything. The middle-aged man sized her up and then looked at little Qingqin and little Shangxia behind her. "Miss, I know what you want to investigate, but since Master Monkey introduced you here, I'd like to remind you that there are rules everywhere, especially when it comes to the business of selling children. There are some things that you shouldn't be involved in, so it's better for you to stay away from them." Chapter 894. Oh! Hellion Vivian seemed to be interested. She played with the teacup in her hand and said, "I'd like to know what the rules are. I don't know how you know Master Monkey, but since you asked, I'll tell you about it. It's not like the higher-ups haven't sent people to investigate the sale of children, but very few people have found anything. Even if they know something, they will find a way to suppress it. Besides, this kind of thing requires evidence. If they don't catch the culprit in the act, no one will believe them. But usually, once there's a movement in the legal world, the other side will quickly notice. Speaking of which, you should understand that you can't do anything to this place. Since you can't do anything, it's better not to take the risk." "What if I insist?" Hellion Vivian put down the teacup. She still had a smile on her face, but the warmth in her eyes gradually disappeared. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "The young people in the underworld are so ignorant. Let me give you a simple example. Do you know why we Chinese people talk about business at the table? Because this is the rule of the mainland. No matter how developed those foreigners are, they can't do well in the local area. It's because they don't understand that in the mainland, it's not enough to just have money. They also need people. In other words, this sixth master has someone protecting him from above." Hellion Wei's mouth curved into a smile. The middle-aged man didn't deny it. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. "I don't think your family has a strong background, and you're a young girl who just came out. Master Monkey seems to mean that you work for the underworld. You should think about it yourself. It's fine if you don't care about this matter. If you do, you may make your superiors unhappy. Why bother, right?" Hellion Vivian didn't answer. The middle-aged man thought that she was finally persuaded by him, so he felt relieved. After all, he had a good relationship with Master Lu, and he knew how muddy the water was. He didn't want to offend Master Monkey. After all, he really couldn't afford to offend him. Since Master Monkey had introduced him, he naturally had to help. However, it was not worth it for him to offend Old Sixth for the sake of this young lady. "It's good that you've thought it through." The middle-aged man stood up with a smile, intending to see him off. From beginning to end, Hellion Wei didn't move at all. Just as he was about to open the door, she turned around beautifully and handcuffed him to the wooden chair. After doing all this, Hellion Vivian turned around and looked at the two little people. "Take whatever you like. Don't be shy. Old Cat is so generous. He won't mind." The middle-aged man didn't know whether to be shocked by her beautiful skills or angry at her bandit's words. In short, no one liked to be inexplicably roasted. However, Old Cat was the second in command of the Yungue district after all. He wouldn't lose his cool. He only said coldly, "Do you know what you're doing? I only set aside some time to meet you for the sake of Master Monkey. If it weren't for Master Monkey, you would have been targeted as soon as you entered the Yungue district. Do you think you could have survived to see Sixth Brother? Don't be so naive. It's easy to kill someone silently here. Don't forget that the border is just ahead." "Are you saying that I've been relying on your protection until now?" Hellion Vivian laughed softly. The middle-aged man snorted and said, "What do you think? Old Sixth has been targeting you since you brought 2 children into the Yungue district." Hellion Vivian looked at him and laughed again. "Little Shangxia, tell Old Cat what happens to those who target us." Bailey Shangxia let go of little Qingqin's hand when he heard that he had something to do. He walked toward the middle-aged man. His scarlet eyes slowly glowed with a scalp-numbing light. The middle-aged man's hair stood on end. He raised the prayer beads in his hand with trembling hands. You, stupid human. Bailey Shangxie curled his lips into a smile. He looked indescribably bloodthirsty. However, he didn't seem to be interested in the middle-aged man. He obeyed Hellion Vivian's order and glanced at the middle-aged man. Then, he turned his head and continued to help Qingchen pack her things. Qingchen was still wobbling when she walked. Although she was small, her ability to recognize things was top-notch. She grabbed the purple toad with her small hand and stuffed it into Bailey Shangxie's pocket. Keep it for me. After we sell it, Beauty Wei Wei will give me pocket money. Then we can buy chocolate ice cream together. Okay. No matter how cool Bailey Shangxie was when it came to little Qingchen, he still acted like a good brother who would listen to whatever she said. On the other hand, the middle-aged man was so scared that he desperately tried to break free from the handcuffs. Hellion Vivian still had a smile in her voice. Don't be nervous. Little Shangxie is just joking with you. Our little Shangxie is still very picky about food. However, if you still want to persuade me not to do anything and don't give me the things I want, then I'm not sure if he won't be impatient and let you see his less gentle side. You. The middle-aged man was scared and angry. He gritted his teeth. Even if I give you the things, you can't carry them on the train. There are so many things. You're just a small police officer. Can you carry them? Hellion Vivian raised her eyebrows. You don't have to worry about this. I know more about firearms than you. I want to talk to Master Monkey on the phone. The middle-aged man wanted to ask Master Monkey to talk to this little girl who came to him and threatened him. He wanted to let her know the consequences of provoking him. Hellion Vivian narrowed her eyes. She swiped her phone and started a video call. When Monkey saw the number, he immediately answered. Boss, what's wrong? Does little boss miss me? Fuck, Monkey. Why are you so shameless? If little boss misses you, it should be me. Old A was still growling. Hellion Vivian interrupted the few rough men who were fighting for favor. Monkey, old cat wants to talk to you. Oh? Him? Monkey was obviously not interested. Hellion Vivian raised her hand and handed the phone to the middle-aged man. Answer it. Old cat seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as he touched the phone, he said in a low voice, Master Monkey, I respect you, but this time, the girl you found is too unkind. I only said a few words to her, and she handcuffed me. And the child she brought is also. Chapter 895. Monkey didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. His smiling voice turned cold. Who are you calling unkind? Master Monkey, that's not what I meant. The middle-aged man still wanted to explain. Monkey interrupted him unhurriedly. The lady you called unkind is the boss of the entire ghost organization. What? The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even know what to say next. Only layers of sweat appeared on his forehead one after another. Monkey continued, That child is her son, our little boss. I don't think I need to tell you what the ghost organization's principles are, right? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll eliminate them completely. Inexplicably, this sentence appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. His fingers couldn't help but tremble. Who would have thought that the leader of the famous ghost organization would appear here? This was just an ordinary second-tier city in the mainland. It wasn't even considered a first-tier city. Yet, the mercenary queen, who had been out of action for 3 years, had appeared again. Indeed, he had heard from people in the underworld that the ghost organization had been resurrected and had set their sights on human trafficking in the mainland. However, he had always thought that it was fake news spread by people in the underworld who didn't like Sixth Brother. This was because the ghost organization had no reason to cross the Atlantic Ocean to get rid of a human trafficking organization that had nothing to do with them. Now, Tomcat finally understood why all the members of the ghost organization were mobilized. It was because one of Sixth Brother's underlings had fooled around and abducted a child he shouldn't have. In the beginning, Old Cat wanted to use the attitude of a human to make Hellion Wei Wei back off. Now, he was thinking about what to do next to make up for his failure to recognize a great person. Anyone who had been in the underworld knew that no matter who they could provoke, they could never provoke the dark spirit, who ate people without spitting out the bones. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Tomcat couldn't move his hands. He tried his best to make himself look as humble as possible. The phone was still connected, and Monkey's voice was very cold. You can explain to my boss whether it's a misunderstanding or not. If she says it's a misunderstanding, we are still friends. If she says it's not a misunderstanding, we will reach Yungue railway station in half an hour. By then, my brothers won't be as nice as I am. When Old Cat heard this, he had no choice but to hang up the phone and look at Hellion Vivian with a dry smile. Old Cat was blind. Tell me, isn't this like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? We don't recognize each other. Are you done with the call? Hellion Vivian looked at him with a smile and put away the phone with her left hand. Old Cat was getting goosebumps from her stare. He immediately nodded. I'm done. I'm done. Then tell me in detail. What's your relationship with Master Lu? Why do you want to protect him so much? Hellion Vivian's smile deepened. Old Cat felt cold sweat all over his body. There's nothing between us. We're just normal friends. After all, we're in the same underworld. More friends means more options. If I had known that he had offended you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this. So you're saying that this kidnapping case has nothing to do with you? Hellion Vivian raised her eyebrows. Old Cat let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, I'm not that heartless to do such a thing. I do have a few children under me, but these children joined on their own accord. Usually, they would steal around the train station to earn some money to spend. Breaking someone's leg and then asking them to get it back is too immoral. I can't stand the psychological burden. Although I'm not a good person, I know that it's karma. I can steal money, but I can't do such a truly outrageous thing. To be honest, I don't have the ability to deal with the people above. Boss Wei, although what I said at the beginning was not pleasant to hear, what I said was the truth. Sixth brother has a backer behind him. If you want to hurt him, you have to get rid of the person who is in charge of the Yungue region. This clue is buried too deep. Some people become more ruthless the higher they climb. They don't care whether what you do is right or wrong. Once you offend their interests, they will bury the news. The trafficking of children and women has been going on for a long time. The reason why Sixth brother is so rampant is that he knows that too many people have benefited from him. How many people in the upper class are in his hands? Any one of them is enough to make a person lose his current position. What's more, this person in the Yungue region is also sent from the capital city. He has formed a faction in this area long ago. It is not easy to get rid of all of them. If you put him in jail today, it is very likely that he will be released in a few days. Even if Sixth brother really goes to jail, as long as someone takes the money, there will be people who dare to do this business again. After all, everyone knows that at the very least, the higher-ups have tacitly approved of this business. I know what you mean. Hellion Vivian moved her fingers. Before Old Cat could react, he heard a click and the handcuffs on his wrists were unlocked. Hellion Vivian looked at him and said in a calm voice, "Give it to me. There are rules in the underworld. The information fee will be paid by Monkey directly. But Old Cat, I have to remind you that it's better not to accept some unscrupulous money. Since you know it's karma, won't it be troublesome for you to take the purple jade toad?" Old Cat shivered and hurriedly said, "Boss Wei, you have to believe me. Even if I accept Old Six's gift, I didn't tell him that you were coming. He must have had his eyes on the two children you brought with you long ago. That's why he sent someone to follow you as soon as you entered the Yungue district. He wants to know your background." "My background?" Hellion Vivian smiled and looked at him again. She played with the handcuffs in her hands and said, "Old Cat, let's not beat around the bush. Do you have any other information about Old Sixth that you haven't told me?" Old Cat didn't say anything. He kept looking at his tea tray. Hellion Wei also set her gaze on that. Her expression was indifferent, but she hit the nail on the head. No matter how you look at it, Just a purple jade toad and a peach tree won't be able to suppress the matter on your ancestral grave. This time, Old Cat's expression changed. He looked at Hellion Vivian and shook violently. You? How do you know about my ancestral grave? The peach tree was originally used to ward off evil spirits, and the purple jade toad was the first choice of many officials and nobles in ancient times to guard their coffins. Also, your glabella is black and there is an incense behind you. It's obvious that something is wrong with your ancestral grave. Hellion Wei Wei smiled. What makes me curious is, who in the world gave you such an array, blocking your meridians for you? Chapter 896. Impossible. This is a formation set up by the master. There won't be any problems. Tomcat stood up immediately. In the face of his agitation, Hellion Wei Wei merely walked to the tea tray and said in a calm voice, "There shouldn't have been any problems, but the mistake lies in the fact that the purple-haired toad came from the graveyard. Not only can it shake the coffin, but it also carries resentment. This resentment can indeed be suppressed by the mahogany, but the mistake lies in your layout." Hellion Vivian pointed to the side of the mahogany. "We Chinese believe in feng shui the most. It has nothing to do with superstition, but it's the luck that comes with it. The formation you set up is a classic coffin suppression formation, but there's a window here. Opposite the window is the train station, and the northwest wind is blowing. Many people know that although the train station is full of yang energy, because of the airflow, it makes people feel restless. It's easy to create resentment here, and this resentment will be blown in through the wind. It's fine if it's only for a short time, but if it's for a long time, you won't even know how you died, let alone your glabella. Opening a window here is equivalent to not closing the coffin. Any kind of dirty thing can gather here, not to mention Tomcat. Are you really just trying to make some money secretly?" Tomcat had already been shocked by Hellion Vivian's professional explanation. Now that he heard Hellion Vivian's last question, he didn't dare hide anything and told her everything. In this day and age, if you asked on the streets what was the most profitable business, 8 out of 10 people would answer, real estate. Of course, with the economy booming, prices soared, and so did property prices. Getting a loan from the bank, giving IOUs to the construction workers, and setting up a sales center to sell pre-sold houses to recoup the cost. As long as the relevant departments were taken care of, the real estate business was a no-brainer. Real estate developers who dared to take risks were all filthy rich. Tomcat had already made a lot of money in this business. But this time, during the construction, it hit a woman who ran out from Old Six Place. Apparently, the woman was looking for her child. It was confirmed that Old Six and his group were notorious human traffickers. Her daughter was locked up in the warehouse by them. The woman had called the police and wanted to wait there. She didn't expect that what she waited for wasn't help, but an accident. Although it was called an accident, everyone here knew that it wasn't that easy to get into an accident. They were most afraid of accidents like this, so they made sure to take care of their safety. "This woman's death isn't that simple," Tomcat said firmly. Tomcat said firmly, "But the unlucky one was me. Once the news came out, my building couldn't even be built anymore. Everyone said that the place was unlucky. Many people who were interested in the future houses didn't want to buy them. I got the money back, but my project was stopped. Even if the building was built again, it wouldn't be able to fetch a good price. At first, I thought that was the end, but later on, I dreamed every day. I dreamt that your family member came to you and said that he was cold down there." Hellion Vivian guessed the result before he finished. Tomcat was shocked again. He was worshipping Hellion Vivian like a god. "Yes, it's all right. Boss Wei, how did you know?" He never knew that the mercenary queen knew these things. She was even better than those masters. When building a new house, the biggest taboo is to be stained with the aura of death, especially in modern real estate. No one knows what the situation was like underneath. If I'm not wrong, this land used to be a pit for the dead. In the beginning, nothing happened because they didn't have the chance to come out. Then, someone died and this person had an unfulfilled wish. It was the wish of a mother for her daughter. This wish caused some undead to sense it. If you build a house for them and don't respect them, of course, they will give you a taste of your own medicine. They will disturb your ancestral tombs, and the dead won't be able to rest in peace, so they will beat you in the form of dreams. Hellion Vivian paused. It seems that the woman's dead spirit was bound by some kind of formation. Otherwise, with the aura of death on her, she would have gone straight to Sixth Brother. She wouldn't have just influenced the surrounding dead spirits and caused them to come and disturb you. All right, since we're here, tell me about the master you mentioned. What's his background? This master is very godly. If what Boss Wei said is true, then she must be the one who helped Sixth Brother get rid of these unclean things. She came to Yun Cheng more than 2 months ago. Since she came, Sixth Brother has been earning more and more money. His luck has been getting better and better. Even the stocks that Sixth Brother bought have multiplied several times. Old Cat's voice was full of envy. Not everyone can meet this master. She won't accept anyone's business for money. She was the one who approached Sixth Brother. It was said that she wanted to cooperate with Sixth Brother. I was curious, so I asked around. It turned out that she approached Sixth Brother because of his business. Every time he made a deal, she would choose one of the children. No one knew what she wanted to do. Later, with Sixth Brother's recommendation, I finally met this master. She didn't look like the kind of person who would do all kinds of evil. Not only that, she had a natural Buddhist fragrance. She looked very elegant. Her skin was very white, and her hair was black and smooth. She looked like a female teacher. She was very gentle to children, but very cold to others. It seemed that in her eyes, Sixth Brother and I were the most ordinary mortals. A woman? Hellion Vivian's eyes narrowed. Is there anything different about her? Different places? Old Cat thought for a moment. Oh right, her clothes are different from ours. It looks like a kasaya, but it doesn't look like one. Hearing this, an image flashed through Hellion Vivian's mind. A child, a woman, a kasaya. I think I know who she is. Who is it? Old Cat was very curious about this too. He felt that this master was very mysterious, as if he didn't eat the food of mortals. Hellion Vivian curled his thin lips. Can't be a person. Old Cat. Hellion Vivian didn't say anything else. Instead, he called Monkey again. His eyes were full of shrewdness. Chapter 897. What's the progress on the talisman I asked you to check? Hellion Vivian tapped her fingers on the wooden table as she looked at the train station outside the window. Are there still no clues? As Monkey located the talisman, he replied, Boss, you're really smart. I've asked all the people in your line of work, masters, accomplished monks, and all of them said that this talisman is really strange. They have never seen such a talisman before. I've hacked many websites, but I can't find any information about this talisman on the internet. Hellion Vivian raised her eyebrows. What about related terms? When searching, related terms will usually appear. What are the related terms for this talisman? The related terms for this talisman are very strange. Things like flying biscuits, curry, and cream chicken. They're all Indian dishes. Oh right, there's also Nepal. Monkey looked at the road in front of him as he sped up. Hellion Vivian narrowed her eyes. No wonder she came to Yungue district. Who? Monkey didn't understand what his boss was talking about. Hellion Vivian smiled faintly. Instead of answering, she asked, Do you know where the real origin of Buddhism is? Monkey didn't answer, but Tomcat listened by the side and was very excited. I know this. Wasn't it in Journey to the West? Back then, Tripitaka and his group crossed the mountains and Yellow River to India to obtain the scriptures. They went to the origin of Buddhism. India is now India. Hearing that, Hellion Vivian glanced at him but didn't say anything. Ching Chun put the last Swarovski diamond into Bailey Shangshia's pocket and turned to Tomcat. Buddhism has been around for more than 3,000 years. It was created by the country of Kapilawai. Western countries generally believe that Buddhism originated from India. In fact, India is also trying to create the image of a holy land of Buddhism. This gives many people the illusion that Buddha was born in India. In fact, the country of Kapilawai isn't in India, but in Nepal. If you want to go to Nepal, you have to cross the border from Yun City. Ching-Chin explained very seriously. At the same time, she did not forget to take away the things that should be taken away. Bailey Shangxia was afraid that Old Cat would fall, so he simply stood behind him. After glancing at Old Cat's dumbfounded expression, his dark red eyes became even more sinister. His voice was very cool. Don't you know such common sense? Uncle, you should read more books when you have time. Humans are just that stupid. Tomcat. Was his IQ being mocked by 2 3-year-old children? Was there a mistake? He likes children. He's from Nepal, an ancient Maharaja city. He has a gentle personality and a quiet appearance. Hellion Vivian's eyes also smiled. This reminds me of someone. Ching-Chin tottered over with small steps. Are you the mother goddess of the devils? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Tomcat's face turned pale. Are you talking about Master? She's that mother goddess of the devils? Bailey Shangxia smiled, and his demonic aura intensified. Mother goddess of the devils, one of the 20 guardian heavens. She's also known as Empress Hanli. In the ancient Maharaja city, a Buddha was born. They held a celebration, and 500 people attended. On the way, they met a pregnant woman. The woman accompanied them, but unexpectedly, she had a miscarriage midway. The 500 people left her. The woman swore that she would reincarnate in the Maharaja city in her next life and eat all the children in the city. Later on, she fulfilled her oath. After reincarnating in the Maharaja city, she captured the children in the city and ate them. Such a person should come to our demon world. Why did she enter Buddhism and become Xian Guanyin? Hellion Vivian smiled when she heard this. She reached out and rubbed Shangxia's head. Because in the Buddhist story, she didn't hesitate to steal human children and kill them for food in order to raise her own children. Buddha hid the youngest of the 500 children, so she searched everywhere crazily. Buddha said to her, "You have 500 children. If you're so sad to lose one, how would the mothers who lost their only child feel?" Because of this, she was influenced. Later on, she became Xian Guanyin. We can use Buddhism to guide her. As she spoke, she said to the other side of the phone, "Monkey, quickly check the family situation of all the high-ranking officials in Yungue district. I want it now." Okay. Monkey was wearing a Bluetooth earpiece. He parked the car by the roadside after a turn. He turned on the mechanical computer on the passenger seat and plugged one of the wires into the car's navigation system. He cracked the WIF password in the vicinity in a few seconds. He then connected to the internet and began searching. Soon, he found the information he wanted. "Boss, I found the information of all the high-ranking officials in Yungue district." Hellion Vivian's tone was neither fast nor slow. "How many of them have children?" "All of them. At this age, they should have children." After Monkey finished speaking, he directly took a screenshot and presented the information on the screen of Hellion Vivian's phone. Hellion Vivian took a look at her phone. "Very good. Find out all the people who are backing Sixth Brother and have received money from him. Olde, Gold, you and Monkey go and challenge how to be a good human trafficker. LS, you guys continue the original route. After 20 minutes, we'll gather at the train station and go in together. Bring your weapons, especially L, you have too many copper coins hanging on your boots and pants. You'll be checked sooner or later. The mainland is better in this aspect than other regions, so don't underestimate the security system here. Understand? At most, we'll just say that it's a performance art. Cosplay is not mainstream. It's normal for L to have such aesthetic standards at his age." The screen cut to S's face. The young man sneered. "I'll blow your head off with one shot." "All right, the game begins. Adjust your watches." Hellion Vivian raised her hand to look at her wrist. It's 3:24 in the morning. "In 20 minutes, LS, I want to see you. Gold, Olde, Monkey, I want to hear good news from you in 30 minutes. Be careful. If you get hurt, Ching-Chin's heart will ache." Monkey sniffed and was so touched that he was about to cry. "Little boss, quickly come and get familiar with me." I haven't carried out missions in a long time. Following boss is still the best. It's not challenging at all for me to pretend to be a scammer when I'm doing feng shui for others. Tomcat. So you're not a master. You've been scamming me all this time. Let's go. With these 2 words, Helian Wei Wei swiftly hung up the phone and put it into her pocket. Then, she led the 2 children who had returned from a rewarding journey and walked out. Tomcat reached out and grabbed her. Boss Wei, what are you trying to do? Why are you getting them to investigate the family information of those people? Chapter 898. Of course. I'm giving them a taste of their own medicine. Helian Wei Wei looked at him with a faint smile. There was nothing in her hand, but in Old Cat's eyes, he saw a faintly discernible scimitar. It was like a raging fire, incomparably beautiful. Humans, only when they become victims, do they realize how beastly their actions are. Old Cat's hand trembled. You mean you're going to kill all their children? Boss Wei, listen to me. This is not like other places. If you do something like this, you won't be able to escape unscathed. Even ghosts can't handle such a big thing, unless you don't want to stay in the mainland. People in high positions don't allow anyone to challenge their authority. Authority? Helian Vivian's thin lips curved into a cold smile. Compared to countless parents who are looking for their children, these authorities are nothing in my eyes. It's the information age now. I have ways to make them pay with their lives and send them to prison. Old Cat opened its mouth and wanted to say something, but it was pushed to the side by Bailey Shangxie, who was behind it. The 2 little people's pockets were full. That wasn't enough. They also had many ancient diamonds in their hands. When the hell did they find so many things? Even when the higher-ups came to check, they didn't find these valuable things. This time, it was all taken away. Old Cat grabbed his black hair and watched the 3 figures disappear at the entrance of the internet cafe. He turned back and said to the front desk, "From today onwards, I won't receive any guests. If anyone asks about me, tell them that I went to Nepal for a trip. I'm leaving now. Book a ticket online for me. Hurry up." He didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. He wanted to hide abroad and be quiet. Yunchang was going to change, but he didn't know what it would be like. 3:40 a.m. Yunchang train station. Everyone knew that there were no high-speed trains in the Yunnan-Guizhou area, only express trains. There were airports, but due to the weather, there were always all kinds of cancellations. Trains became the most popular means of transportation for most people. In particular, there were trains to Dali, so there were usually a lot of people at Yunqing railway station. Probably because it was so close to the border, no matter how strict the inspection was, people of all walks of life would still show up. As soon as Helian Vivian and the 2 little ones entered the square of the train station, they were stared at. The ticket scalpers surrounded her, trying to separate her from the 2 little ones. Helian Vivian saw through the other party's trick. Not only was there not the slightest trace of worry on her face, but she also smiled even more beautifully. The scalpers looked at each other and continued to move forward. They were not afraid that there would be people from the legal world here. It was already 3:40 in the morning. At this time, those who were supposed to sleep would be asleep. They were more than enough to deal with a woman and 2 children. Especially the 2 children, as long as they took out the master's yellow talisman and pasted it on their backs. The 2 little guys would be unable to resist and faint at once, even if they were strange. Thinking of this, the scalpers turned around and pasted the yellow talisman on Bailey Shangxie without warning. Then they bent down and tried to hold Bailey Shangxie up. But they didn't expect that. The yellow talisman burned in an instant, as if it had encountered a deadly enemy, and turned into ashes immediately. The child didn't change at all. Even the expression on her face was still cold and aloof. Her pair of eyes, which made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts, became redder and redder, like flowing blood. All the scalpers couldn't help but take a step back. Their fingers were trembling. They simply changed their target and wanted to stick the yellow talisman on Qingqin. However, no one gave him the chance. Qingchen didn't wait for him to make a move. She kicked him fiercely in the waist. Taking advantage of the fact that the man was bending slightly, she used her right hand to push the man's knee with the edge of her palm. The force surged upwards and the man felt a wave of dizziness in his head. His knees gave way and he sat on the ground. Little Qingchen did not stop. His outstretched hand had already grabbed the wrist of the thin man behind him. His 5 fingers pressed down on the numb nerves, and the man immediately knelt on the ground. She was just a little girl, but she was already using the strength of a black belt in Taekwondo. The other side was even more dangerous. Only a bang was heard. The 2 people surrounding Bailey Shangxie were sent flying. One was foaming at the mouth, and the other was bleeding from the head. It was obvious that they couldn't get up. However, as a demon, Bailey Shangxie didn't have any intention of stopping. He stepped on the stomach of the big man who was trying to get up. Then, he used his free hand to roll up Qingchen's long sleeves. The scalpers who were beaten to the ground. Even if you want to beat someone up, you can't beat them up so arrogantly. Bailey Shangxie couldn't be bothered to talk to them. If he was unhappy, he planned to eat everyone's souls. Hellion Vivian reached out to stop him. If too many people die at once, it will attract attention. We are going to the train station. Someone will come to collect these people. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause sounded. Boss, where did you find such a little brat who can fight? S put his hands in his pockets and walked out from a corner with a faint smile on his face. L was behind him. Obviously, the 2 of them had already arrived. They originally wanted to make a move as soon as the fight started, but they didn't expect that there was no need for them to make a move. They all knew how strong Little Boss was. Little Boss was unintentionally a genius among geniuses. This genius was more or less influenced by the 6 of them for a long time. That was why he was so good at fighting. It was very difficult to find a genius with such a high IQ like Little Boss in the world. What they didn't expect was that this white-skinned, red-eyed brat looked even more lethal than their little boss. How did children grow up these days? Hellion Vivian smiled. I didn't find Shangxie. He is Qingchen's first friend who is the same age. Hearing this, SNL looked at Bailey Shangxie with even more vigilance. In the past, Little Boss never made friends. Although Little Boss had a good personality, the children who wanted to be friends with him had already lined up from one end of the train station to the other end. However, Little Boss had never been close to these children. Usually, he would only be with them. But now, Little Boss actually had a friend. What charm did this brat have that made Little Boss so familiar with him? Wait a minute, was it his imagination? Why did he feel that this brat looked a little like Boss when he smiled? Chapter 899. All right, it's almost time for the train to arrive. Let's enter the station now. Hellion Vivian raised her hand and looked at the watch on her left wrist. Then, she took out a dagger from the pocket of her black windbreaker and inserted it into her backpack. She interrupted the fleeting thought of S. L, you enter the station with me. You take the left side and I'll take the right side. There's an emergency, you 2 go through first. A weapon that could be touched like a dagger was much more dangerous than L's boots. This was undoubtedly the best way to divert the security personnel. At 3:45 p.m. sharp, everyone began to enter the station. As expected, when Hellion Wei Wei was passing through her luggage, her phone started beeping. The local police officer who was about to stop L glanced at him. He only flipped through his ID card and ticket twice and did not say anything more. Instead, he walked to Hellion Wei Wei's side and asked, "What happened? There seems to be something in the backpack." The security personnel looked back. "It looks like a knife." The local police officer looked at Hellion Vivian with a serious expression. "Open the bag." Hellion Vivian didn't say anything. She quietly pulled the zipper and there was a dagger inside. "Don't you know that this kind of thing isn't allowed on the train?" The local police officer picked up the dagger and looked at Hellion Vivian with eyes that didn't relax. Hellion Vivian shook her head and appeared very anxious. "I'm sorry, I really didn't know. This is a fruit knife. I usually use it to cut fruits." This kind of knife isn't allowed on the train. The length has exceeded the limit. Madam, you have to leave this fruit knife behind. Otherwise, you can't enter the station. The security personnel spoke. Helene Vivian naturally didn't object to this because she had already done what she wanted to do. The two little people didn't have much luggage. The older one held the younger one's hand and walked behind Helene Vivian with small steps. Their cool and soft appearance was very likable. After entering the train station, Helene Vivian went to the men's restroom. She looked around and grabbed the sign that said, "Cleaning is in progress," and placed it at the door. The two little ones were in charge of keeping watch. Those who came to the toilet were pointed in another direction by them. In the bathroom, the three of them looked at each other. El was not long-winded. He bent down and took off half of the parts on his boots. With a few clicks, the parts in his hands were assembled into a small silenced pistol. Helene Vivian's fingers were also moving. It was obvious that all the accessories on El's clothes had many uses. For example, his belt would become a long pipe after being straightened, and the clanging thing hanging around his neck was not an ordinary metal necklace, but a real sniper bullet. Among the three of them, S was in charge of the inspection while the other two were in charge of the assembly. A cracking sound was heard. Helene Vivian and El tilted their heads at the same time. They held the guns in their right hands and began to calibrate the shooting point. It seems like the shooting distance has shortened. We don't need a long shooting distance on the train. Don't forget, we still have a sniper gun. The legendary sniper gun was being used as a seat by the two little ones. Qingchen stretched out her small hand and patted it. She tilted her small head. After hearing the sound, she patted it again. What a valuable little stool. Bailey Shangxia had played with all the weapons of human beings since he came to modern times. Of course, he knew that the thing they were sitting on was not so simple. However, sitting at the door of the restroom, it was easy to be regarded as a beggar child. They had been thrown coins by 6 people, which was an experience he had never had as a member of a noble race. Qingchen was also looking at the coins thrown down. She found that every time she patted the little stool she was sitting on, a coin would be thrown over. The K11 train from Yunqing to northern Tibet is now checking tickets. The ticket gate is gate 13, Yunqing to. At the moment when the announcement sounded, Helene Vivian and El pushed the door open and walked out on time. Their backpacks were obviously heavier. However, checking tickets was different from entering the railway station. Checking tickets did not require checking luggage. They only needed to provide their ID cards and tickets. Helene Vivian and S looked at each other and entered the carriage with a backpack respectively. They were not in the same carriage. Instead, they locked their eyes on the dining carriage which had been contracted by others. Of course, there were people following them along the way. These people did not know what happened in the restroom. However, since they saw the fate of the scalpers, these people, as accomplices, thoroughly understood the strength of the other party. The two little ones were the most difficult to deal with. The other 3 people were just a little bit skilled. It should not be difficult to deal with them. After confirming this, they put down their luggage as soon as the train started. Their eyes did not leave Helene Vivian for even a moment. Of course, Helene Wei was aware of the unusual atmosphere around her. She did not have time to waste on these small fries. Inside the carriage, there were train attendants pushing carts selling snacks and drinks. The smell of instant noodles permeated the air. Ordinary people would not notice that there was something wrong with the train. More than 50 steps forward, they would reach the junction of the carriages. In order to teach them a lesson, these people would definitely block both sides of the road to prevent the attendants from discovering them. However, there was one thing that Lao Lu would definitely not choose to do: the human trafficking business on the train just because of the convenient transportation. Once something went wrong here, all the people on the train would become his hostages. It seemed that they had to clean up from the beginning to the end. S, you are responsible for the carriages 1 to 10. L, we will solve the carriages 30 to 10. Finally, we will meet in the dining carriage. Helene Vivian pressed the earphones and said in a low voice, "By the way, check whether there are bombs in these carriages." Bombs? Qingchen reached out and tugged at the corner of Helene Vivian's clothes. I will do it. Hellion Vivian knew that her son had an amazing talent in this area. Without wasting any time, she directly tied the minesweeper to his wrist. You know how to use it. Don't steal the chocolate. Okay. Qingchen always looked like a little prince. Wearing the bracelet, he was led away by Bailey Shangxie. This time, no one dared to disturb them. After the people of the human trafficking group were taught a lesson, they all hid in their seats and did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would be killed inexplicably. These two children were too strange. It was no different from seeing a ghost. Another minute passed. When they saw Hellion Vivian and Elle walking towards them, they stood up one by one and followed behind them, pretending that nothing had happened. When they reached the hot water station, another group of people rushed out and surrounded Hellion Vivian and Elle. Chapter 900. Each of these people was holding a small folding stool that could be bought everywhere in the train station. It was 10 yuan each, which was very cheap. Obviously, they couldn't bring guns on the train, so now they were using the folding stool as a weapon. The front and back of the pantry had been blocked. Even if they fought, their faces would be covered with blood, and the other party would only be punished for ordinary fighting. In Yuncheng, this kind of thing was very normal, and no one would investigate deeply. That was why Lao Lu's men were so unscrupulous. However, their mistake was that the people they met were her and Elle. Hellion Vivian curled her lips and smiled. While the other party was about to hit her, she bent over and hit the person's chin with the gun in her hand. There was a bang. Two of the people in the front row fell down at once. Everyone's face turned pale because of the pain. The people in the back row still wanted to move, but Hellion Vivian raised her hand and pointed the gun directly at their heads. If I were you, I would keep absolutely quiet from now on. Everyone who followed her, including the two on the ground, sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the thing in her hand. The sweat on their foreheads kept pouring out, and they looked at Hellion Vivian as if they were looking at a monster. This person, how on earth did this person bring a gun on the train? Except for Master Lu, no one in Yuncheng had this ability. Hellion Vivian looked at them calmly and threw a bag of pills to them with her right hand. This is a sleeping pill that can make you quiet for 4 hours. Take 1 pill each. You'd better move quickly. Usually, I don't have much patience at all. As she said, she pressed the gun against the person's head down. The man shuddered and swallowed the pill in his hand. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to delay and swallowed the pill with pain in the corner of their mouth. In less than 10 seconds, the 7 human traffickers all tilted their necks and fell asleep on both sides of the pantry. At this time, Elle, who was standing opposite to Hellion Vivian, suddenly said, "Boss, there is a policeman behind you. He seems to have found something strange here and is coming over. He is 15 steps away from us." "Dismantle the gun," Hellion Vivian ordered. Elle immediately lowered his head, and a few rapid cracking sounds were heard. The policeman walked over quickly and directly put his hand on Hellion Vivian's shoulder. "Miss, please hand over the thing in your hand." Hellion Vivian looked up at Elle, then turned around and spread her hands with a smile. There was only a small steel pipe and a few rivets on it. The policeman frowned. "What's this?" "Children like to play with toys." Hellion Weiwei was very calm. "My son likes to do handicrafts very much. However, unlike other children, the iron handicrafts made by other children were Iron Man robots, while the iron handicrafts made by Qingchen were K-47 sniper rifles." The policeman stretched out his hand and used his baton to poke the small steel pipe in Hellion Vivian's palm. When he found that there was no problem, he said, "Go back to your seats and take care of your belongings. Don't gather in the pantry." "Okay." Hellion Vivian responded with a smile. She took a step back with her long legs and blocked a human trafficker who was sleeping behind her. The rest of the people were sitting on the ground in a sleeping posture. The policeman didn't suspect much. After all, there were no seats at this time. It was normal for people to sleep in this place. Looking at the back of the policeman, Hellion Vivian pulled the person beside her over and pulled him to the side. She pulled out the earpiece on his ear and turned it off. Only the earpiece was left on her ear. Elle and Hellion Vivian were very fast. This made all the human traffickers who thought that they were easy to deal with regret. Even old Sixth himself didn't know that the people he had arranged in the carriage were being silently swept away. Unlike the other dining carriages, the decoration of this carriage was undoubtedly very luxurious. The floor was covered with a carpet that was very soft to step on. There was only a long wooden table in the middle of the dining room. Old Six sat on the chair next to the wooden table. He looked at the subordinate who came to report with a fierce gaze. "Trash! All of you are trash. There were only 3 of them. You couldn't stop them. You even let them get on the train." Sixth master, it's not that we want to shirk our responsibility, but it's really because those 2 brats are too strange. The man said with a trembling voice. The yellow talisman pasted on them didn't have any effect at all. One of the children is very scary. Even his eyes are red. Red eyes? When the woman who was teaching the little boy to write heard this, she suddenly raised her head. Her long hair brushed past her waist. "You mean that child's eyes are red?" "Yes, blood red. It's like the color of a rose when it blooms at its brightest." The man still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Old Six seemed to have noticed something. "Master, do you know the origin of this brat? Blood red eyes. He's either a vampire or a demon." The woman's voice was very calm. "It doesn't matter. There are no purebred demons now. It's not that difficult to deal with small demons. What's going on with you? How did you provoke him?" The man trembled and didn't dare to look at old Six. I... Forget it. There's no point in asking this now." The woman stood up. "Since it's just a little demon, and one raised by an exorcist, it won't be very aggressive. Go and take out all my yellow talismans. I have a way to deal with them." When old Six heard this, he knew that they would definitely win. He was the only one who knew the woman's true identity. The devil's mother goddess was a protector who was enlightened by the Buddha. A real Buddha. Who in this world could defeat the gods and Buddhas? Old Six beamed with joy and said to his subordinates, "Don't worry about them. They are just a few small fries who just debuted. With the master in charge, their lives will end here. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. Go to the soft sleeper and bring the goods here one by one. Let the master take a look at them first. If the master is satisfied with them, keep them. If he is not satisfied with them, sell them immediately. There are 6 big buyers. Invite all of them here later." "Yes." The man's mood also relaxed. He strolled to the soft sleeper and opened the doors of the buyers one by one. "Distinguished guests, the wonderful program that General Manager Six has prepared for you is about to begin. Pa! In a high-roofed villa in Yun City. The butler in a tuxedo respectfully opened the cabin door of the plane. He lowered his head and said to the person walking from afar, "Master." Chapter 901. The strong airflow formed by the propeller blew Beligaju's pure silver hair. His fair and handsome face, which was like that of a vampire aristocrat, was completely exposed under the light. "Where is the train now?" His voice was as cold as the winter night. The rich businessman who was in charge of receiving him in Yungue district trembled and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. His suit, which was not fitting, was more wrinkled by the airflow. He even stuttered, It should have set off. So I asked, where is it? Unlike the rich businessman, Beligaju still stood tall and straight no matter how strong the airflow was. His fluttering silver hair did not reduce his elegance. Instead, it added a sense of beauty and oppression to him. When the rich businessman heard Beligaju ask for the second time, his body suddenly trembled. I think it has left Yun City and entered the tunnel. The last stop of the train is North Tibet. Beligaju glanced at him coldly and stepped into the cabin with his long legs. Locate the train. I want to see the front of the train in 8 minutes. Otherwise, Mr. Lee, you have to stay and be their dinner. The rich businessman trembled again. Looking at the black shadow behind the man with a pale face, he shouted anxiously, Don't worry. We will definitely get there. We will definitely get there. Beligaju did not say anything and closed the cabin door with a swish. The interior of a private jet was more luxurious than that of an ordinary plane. Seeing the man sink into the soft seat, the rich businessman heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to do something. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was impossible. He asked his subordinates to take out their phones and call the sixth master. They were all rich people in Yun City. Of course, they would interact with each other. The rich businessman wanted to give the sixth master a warning and let him know that he was not to be trifled with. He had better restrain himself. But for some reason, he could not get through to the sixth master since just now. The rich businessman cursed in a low voice. Why didn't the sixth master answer the phone? Forget it. He had done what he should do. If he meddled a little more, he would definitely be killed by the other party. What did OL6 do? How did he provoke this man? At the same time, in the 11th carriage of the train, Ching-chun used her small hands to support herself as she struggled to crawl forward. When she finally got out of her seat, there was an orange peel in her hair. Ching-chun didn't notice it herself. Her round eyes looked at Bailey Shangxie, who was looking out of the window. She was very puzzled. What are you looking at? There's a familiar scent in the night. Bailey Shangxie turned his head. When he saw Ching-chun's appearance, he didn't say anything. He reached out and carried the little boy. Then, he began to tidy up his hair for Ching-chun. His expression was still cold, but his posture of a good brother made the people around him melt. Ching-chun saw that Bailey Shangxie was playing with his hair, so she lowered her head and clapped her hands. Then, she followed Bailey Shangxie's gaze and looked out of the window. The black crows are here again? They came with my father. Bailey Shangxie patted the dust on Ching-chun's hands. I think he will be here soon. He will definitely take me back. Ching-chun wasn't worried. With Beauty Vivian here, you can go home with me after the adults talk to them. How could he give up raising a little demon so casually? My father isn't a very reasonable person under normal circumstances. Bailey Shangxie always spared no effort when it came to slandering his father. He is very dictatorial. He often punishes me. When the black crows outside heard this sentence, they almost lost their balance and were killed on the train. Rumble. The wheels rolled over the tracks and the train began to enter a long tunnel. The surroundings were dark, but because of this, it was the most suitable for underground transactions. In the improved restaurant carriage of the train, Hellion Vivian and Elle slowly walked in. The carriage was dark everywhere. It was so dark that it was abnormal. Hellion Wei furrowed her brows and subconsciously reached out to stop Elle. The Bluetooth earpiece in her ear could no longer make any noise, and the surroundings were very quiet. It was as if they didn't enter a carriage, but a long square box. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would definitely panic. But Hellion Vivian was still very calm. Elle just looked sideways and clenched the gun in his hand. Pa! All the lights were turned on at once. They shone on the two people's faces. It was very dazzling. Look at these little white mice who came from who knows where. Lu Yi held the cigar in his mouth and laughed at the people behind him. Everyone, unlike previous years, we have a little more entertainment program this year. The content of the program is to kill these little white mice who don't know the difference between life and death. We will let them know what happens to those who want to cut off our path to wealth. With that said, Lu Yi raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Hellion Vivian's head. Where should we start? Old Lu, it's a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. Why don't you sell her to me? I'll train her later. A fat, middle-aged man with big ears smiled lecherously. But before he reached out, Elle raised his gun and shot him in the arm. It was a silenced gun. There was only a muffled sound when it was shot, but its power was no worse than any pistol. The middle-aged man immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. He hugged his arm and almost fainted from the pain. The other people's faces suddenly changed. All of them wanted to take 2 steps back. They didn't expect that the other party had the ability to bring a gun on the train. Not only did these rich businessmen not expect it, but even Lu Yi, the tyrant of Yun City, narrowed his eyes. His eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Elle. It was not for anything else. but because L pointed the muzzle at Lu Ye's head in the next second after he fired the gun. No matter who it was, in the face of such a life-or-death situation, they would feel nervous. However, Hellion Vivian put one hand in her pocket and pointed the gun at a rich businessman with the other hand. She smiled faintly, as if the gun on her head didn't exist at all. Now it's 2 against 1. No matter how you look at it, our side is the popular one. Old Lu didn't expect that she would say such a thing. The woman in front of him was at most 26 years old, but she was calmer than him. Unconsciously, a thin layer of oily sweat appeared on his forehead. However, soon he smiled with a faint sense of pride. Do you think you can survive because you have one more gun than me? Little girl, you are really naive. Chapter 902. Really? Hellion Vivian clasped her fingers and said calmly, "Sixth Master, do you think I won't shoot you? Do you want to have a try?" What? The muscles on Lao Lu's face twitched, and his eyes were frighteningly dark. Since he became the tyrant of Yunqing, no one dared to threaten him like this. The rich businessman who was pointed at by Hellion Vivian didn't even dare to move his hand. He growled in a low voice, "Sixth Master, ask her what she wants. Hurry up and say yes." The rest didn't want to get into trouble. "Sixth Master, we are here to talk business. Don't make it too big. The right thing to do is to find a way to solve it. After all, we are on a train." "Guys, don't you trust me?" Lao Lu glanced at them and raised a remote control. "Little girl, do you know what this is? It's a bomb starter. The child you brought with you should still be in the other carriages, right? Apart from the dining room carriage, the rest of the carriages are all safe for me to control. If I kill the person in the carriage first, the person in that carriage will not survive. Of course, the life and death of those dirty migrant workers have nothing to do with you. But what about the 2 kids beside you? Haha. I have always been open-minded. If you put down the gun now, I can consider letting the 2 kids live. Little girl, now we are 2 against a carriage of people. You can try to shoot and see which side will suffer more losses." Hellion Vivian didn't say anything. Lao Lu obviously showed a sinister smile on his face. "You want to fight with me? Why don't you decide who's in charge in Yun City? Someone, take away all the guns in their hands. I will kill whoever dares to come forward." Compared to Sixth Brother's provocation, Hellion Wei Wei's tone sounded like she was stating a fact. However, it was precisely because of her tone that no one dared to take a step forward. Sixth Brother sneered, "Good, very good. It seems that you want to watch those 2 brats get blown up. Who do you think will be blown up?" A cool and soft voice came from behind the group of adults. Qing Qin had a cold expression on her face as she walked forward shakily. Bailey Shangxia, on the other hand, looked like a little boss from Italy. His blood-red eyes made his face look dangerous. Hellion Qing Qin raised the ball of string in her hand. "If you're talking about these toys, I've already taken them apart." After that, he lowered his head and muttered, "Next time when you design a bomb, make it more complicated. Even a 3-year-old child can play with such a bomb." In the blink of an eye, Sixth Brother's face had turned green. He clenched his left hand tightly, not because of anything else, but because of the child's tone. He was very indifferent, as if he was not even comparable to a 3-year-old child. What was even more unacceptable to him was that he didn't believe that the bombs he had planted could all be defused by a little brat in such a short time. Even if the police came, they couldn't do it so quickly, unless they were from the special forces. Sixth Brother didn't believe it and pressed the remote control in his hand. But there was no sound. There wasn't even a response. Then he pressed the 2nd button, the 3rd button, and the 4th button. None of them responded. Sixth Brother's lips turned white. The backup plan he had hidden for so many years was destroyed by 2 little brats. The rich businessmen also realized that something was wrong. They looked at each other and wanted to retreat. Sixth Brother chuckled at this time. "This is good. Since you're all here, there's no need to rely on bombs to solve this. Demons, exorcists, even if you're evil spirits that crawled out of hell, I, Sixth Brother, can still ask someone to destroy your souls." As his voice fell, Countless yellow talismans surged out from the deepest part of the restaurant's carriage. The yellow talismans seemed to be pulled by something and were respectively stuck to the four corners of the carriage, surrounding Hellion Vivian and Bailey Shangxia in the center. Then, an inch-long wooden puppet appeared in the thick black fog. The puppet was placed on the ground, its head turning back and forth as if there was a spirit in it. A slender figure walked out from the depths of the carriage. He wore a kasaya, and his face was cold and indifferent. He looked at Hellion Vivian, glanced at Bailey Shangxia, and finally fixed his eyes on Hellion Qingchen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand as if he wanted to touch Qingchen's face. It's been too long. It's really been too long since I met such a talented child. Little brat, come with me and be my son. I can give you whatever you want. Bang! Hellion Vivian was never one to waste words with someone who was trying to steal her son. She smiled and fired a shot. Jur paused. After dodging the bullet, she immediately looked at Hellion Vivian with deep displeasure and frightening gloominess in her eyes. However, this was nothing to Hellion Vivian. Her smile didn't diminish even with the change in environment. Jur, what you like to do the most is to steal other people's children. It seems that the rumors are true. After so many years, you haven't been influenced at all. Since you know who I am, why don't you scram? Jur sneered. I don't want to kill people from the Pei family, but if you stop me from getting what I want, I'll make you regret stepping on this train immediately. Hellion Vivian's smile deepened. Who told you that I'm from the Pei family? Since you're not from the Pei family, it'll be easier to deal with you. In Jur's heart, only the exorcist from the Pei family was worth mentioning. The rest were just stupid mortals. How could mere mortals fight a god? Without wasting any more time, Jur pricked her fingertip and dripped the blood on the top of the puppet's head. A chilly wind immediately swept out from the puppet and spun in front of her. It seemed to be forming some kind of formation. Hellion Vivian frowned. She had heard that some tame head could use some evil ghost formations. They would carve a puppet and use a ghost fire to draw out the soul of a child. They would bind the child and use it as their own. Only the soul of a sick child could be used to create a living soul. It was best if the child had been tortured and died in pain. Only then would the formation's power be able to affect the child who was still alive in this world. Vaguely, a baby's chuckle could be heard coming from all directions. The chuckle seemed to come from a corner, but it also seemed to come from the puppet's body. It was extremely eerie. Chapter 903. Hellion Wei Wei reached out and pulled the two little ones to her side at the same time. Seeing this scene, the rich businessman's eyes were filled with excitement. It was the excitement of the unknown. It was too miraculous. Really too miraculous. No wonder Old Six had been doing better and better over the years. It turned out that the outside world was not exaggerating. With this master who could control the wind and clouds by his side, there was no need to worry about not making money quickly. The rich businessmen looked at each other and gave Old Six a thumbs up. Old Six still had a cigar in his mouth, and his face was full of pride. Just wait. In a while, this reckless rookie will know what regret is. She's just an ordinary criminal police officer who learned some Taoist techniques, and she dares to fight with me? She's tired of living. At this time, Old Six was sure that Hellion Vivian and the others would definitely die, because no one could escape the array set up by the master himself. This was different from using yellow talismans to deal with people. This was a real battle. Ninth Ghost Mother looked at Qingchen as if she was her only target. Black fog rose up around them. It was different from the fragrance when the demon came out. Instead, the black fog had a dirty, bloody color to it. Following that, a ghostly figure leaped out of the puppet. It was a child less than 4 years old. Wearing a white mourning robe, its face was pale, and its scarlet tongue hung by its lips. It did not have the cuteness of a child at all. Instead, it was fierce and sinister, with an eerie ghostly aura. The light from the train penetrated its small body. After a moment of stalemate, the child immediately giggled, as if it had smelled something delicious. Its eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, and it turned its head to pounce on Bailey Shangxie and Helian Qingchen. Helian Vivian was faster than it. She dodged and bent her fingers, blocking in front of it. Without any array, she did not even open her mouth. She just smiled and showed the scimitar in her hand. The little ghost paw that was waving in the air suddenly stopped, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. The little ghost let out a shrill scream, turned around, and tried to escape, but before it could, Helian Vivian raised her knife. The phoenix bone blade could slay all demons and devils in the world, not to mention a little ghost that was similar to a resentful baby. Amidst the dazzling light, Ghost Child's figure seemed to have melted. He was completely devoured by the bone formation and disappeared. On the other hand, Bailey Shangxie and Helian Qingchen were not affected at all, especially the latter. She even had a mocking smile on her face. Everyone was stunned, including your ghost mother. The puppet on the ground cracked, and then the cracks became denser and denser. It was like a spider web that covered the entire body of the doll. With a crash, it broke into pieces on the ground. Sixth brother's eyes widened. Master, what's going on? Ordinary people could not see the phoenix bone blade in Helian Vivian's hand. Only your ghost mother could see it, but she did not recognize what kind of blade it was. When she looked at Helian Vivian, her eyes were full of vigilance. Who are you? Isn't it a little too late to ask who I am now? Helian Vivian walked towards your ghost mother. With every step she took, the scimitar in her hand shone brighter. I've said from the beginning that I don't want to be enemies with anyone. I just want a child to accompany me. You're the one who came to me. Your ghost mother narrowed her eyes. Helian Wei smiled. That's right. You've never made anyone your enemy. However, I'd like to ask you something. Did you ask for permission to steal someone else's child and make it your own? In our world, only the worst scumbags would do such a thing. What's the difference between you and them? Your ghost mother's face instantly twisted. What right do you have to talk about me like that? You're just a human. I gave you leeway, but you didn't cherish it. Good, very good. Let's see how you'll die. As soon as she finished speaking, an aura that was sharper than blades and colder than evil spirits burst out, filling the entire carriage in an instant. Helian Vivian moved her palm, and an unknown wind gradually gathered in her left palm. However, at this moment, boom! A loud noise suddenly came from outside the carriage. People could only feel that something was pressing down on the roof of the car. Then, they heard the sound of an airplane's propeller. Everyone was stunned. Apart from your ghost mother, who did not understand what was going on. Even Helian Vivian turned her head. She did not ask anyone to come to the train. She only asked Monkey and the rest to report that there was a child trafficker on the train after they snatched the second child. The current situation did not seem to be arranged by the other party. What's going on outside? Sixth brother was already in a bad mood. He did not expect such a mess to happen. He grabbed the subordinate closest to him. Why did the train stop? I'm asking you what's going on. Where's the conductor? Get him over here. Sixth master. Someone ran over in a hurry. Someone parked the plane on the train carriage. It's a private plane. Sixth brother slapped him. Why are you so anxious over a private plane? It's not like the Interpol is here. Wait a minute. Look, what is that? A wealthy merchant stretched out his hand and pointed at the ink-like dark night with a trembling finger. Outside the train, there were countless black crows flying in the air. Bailey Shangxie also saw this scene. Thinking about the noise just now, he knew who had come. Sixth brother sneered. I want to see who dares to set up a private plane on my territory. All of you, get on the roof of the train. The rich businessmen did not dare to go. They felt that there was no need to get involved in this mess. Helian Vivian did not move either. She knew that sixth brother would come back soon. To be able to make so many black crows move at once, it was definitely a pure-blooded high-level demon. Such a demon was more powerful than your ghost mother. He would definitely be able to deal with sixth brother. However, no matter how powerful he was, Those who did not care about the feelings of the children and only cared about the women were usually scumbags. Swoosh. The door of the train was pushed open by someone. Old 6 men were climbing out of the carriage one by one. On the roof of the car, the propeller of the private jet was still rotating. The cabin door was pulled open and Bailey Jiaju walked out slowly from inside. His straight legs, pure black suit, and quicksilver-like hair, all of which showed his nobility. Chapter 904. At this time, even the ordinary people sitting in the train heard the loud noise on the roof of the train. Everyone stuck to the window and looked out. In addition, this train was one of the few green trains in the mainland. There were only a few left, and one of them was in Yun City. Unlike other fast trains, the windows of the green train could be opened. The younger people couldn't suppress their curiosity at all. Taking advantage of the panic, they opened the window directly and stuck their heads out. It didn't matter if they didn't, but once they did, they were dumbfounded. What is that? A plane? A plane? A plane parked on the train. You're not mistaken, are you? I'm not short-sighted. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. The commotion in the carriage was even greater. Even the girls leaned on the window and looked out. The strong airflow formed by the propeller of the plane was not easy to ignore. All the people on the train went crazy. They took out their mobile phones and began to take photos and post on Weibo. The content of Weibo was nothing more than, "Have you ever seen such a rich person? He directly drove a private plane onto the train. There seems to be a figure on the side of the plane. He looks very tall. He must be very handsome. Didn't anyone notice that the moon seems to be particularly round today? And forget about the appearance of a private plane. Why is it someone else who drove the plane and not me? Overbearing president. He's definitely an overbearing president. Count how many people in the country have private planes. If the other party is very handsome, I'll jump out of the train now." The Weibo content of netizens ignited the entire internet with absolute popularity. It attracted the attention of the local authorities without anyone's notice. For a time, all the media were reporting on this matter. Even if it was late at night, it still became the headlines that they would break tomorrow. However, it was also because it was late at night. The local authorities could quickly take measures. Before more people saw the news, they directly blocked the words "private plane parked on the roof of the train." They also gave an official explanation that the private plane was forced to land because it ran out of fuel in the air. They also very considerately attached a picture, hoping that people would not spread false rumors. All the Weibo posts that the people on the train had posted were all blocked for various reasons. After controlling the public opinion, the person in charge of the network immediately dialed the number of a superior in Yun City. And at this time, on the roof of the carriage, when Bailey Jiaju's shockingly handsome face appeared before everyone's eyes, everyone stiffly sucked in a breath of cold air. As he walked, the black feathers fell down one by one, landing beside his feet. When Old Sixth saw this, he felt that something was wrong. He reached out and pulled one of his subordinates to block the attack while he took a step back. The steward who came up with Old Six was the man who carried Bailey Shangxie and the others away. He didn't know what happened in the dining room carriage just now, so he thought that the other party was here to pick a fight. His voice was very loud. "Do you know whose territory this train belongs to? Why did you park your plane here?" Baligaju didn't say anything. He suddenly took out his hand from his pocket. The black shadow behind him had already raised a pistol, as if he already knew that the man would use it. His hands did not stop at all. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The steward reached out and covered his chest. Blood spurted everywhere. All the people on the roof of the carriage were stunned. When the man lay down, they realized that the guy opposite them was not only rich, but also very difficult to deal with. No. He was very difficult to deal with. Old Sixth and the others also had guns, but on the mainland, even the fiercest madman would be afraid of shooting. Unlike Baligaju, human beings were just some food that was not so delicious in his eyes. When he shot, he was even more casual. He elegantly fiddled with the gun in his hand and pointed the muzzle at a slightly strong man. Only then did the people realize that the targets he shot were all locked at the entrance of the carriage. In other words, he would take the life of anyone who stood in his way. They had imagined that the other party would beg for mercy with soft words, and there was no excitement in his voice, because after he fired the gun, all the bullets were accurately held in the palm of the man's hand. Then all the bullets were released. Bang, 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 bang. They fired a few bullets, and the number of people lying next to them increased. The human trafficker who abducted Bailey Shangxie and the others lay on the ground. Blood kept bubbling out of his mouth. When his consciousness began to fade, he heard someone say, "Master, the position of the little master has been determined. He is in the 10th carriage." Suddenly, the man smiled. His smile was very presumptuous, revealing a demonic chill that made people shudder. "You guys stay and be responsible for cleaning up. You can eat whatever you want." At that moment, the people on the roof of the carriage noticed the black fog behind the man. Pairs of blood-red eyes were hidden in the night, as if they could devour everything. The human trafficker looked at the behemoth that was getting closer and closer to him. He wanted to scream, but found that his throat could no longer make a sound. Only blood kept flowing out. That stinging feeling of being chewed up made him regret abducting those two little boys out of all the people he could have abducted. He turned around and looked at the entrance of the carriage, only to find that their boss had long disappeared. Fear invaded all his cells like a tide. He struggled to crawl back, but could not escape the fate of being eaten. The night surged with the smell of blood. Just as Hellion Vivian expected, OL6 had just poked his head out, but he quickly retreated back into the carriage. His expression was extremely ugly, as if there was a scourge on the roof of the carriage. Even his hands were trembling. Without thinking, he grabbed the corner of Ninth Ghost Mother's clothes. "Master, there is a monster outside." "No, it is not a monster. It is a group of monsters." "Calm down." Ninth Ghost Mother also realized that something was wrong, but no matter how powerful the demons were, they were no match for her. Hearing Ninth Ghost Mother's voice, OL6 only remembered the surrounding people and the rich merchants. He did not speak, but his eyes were more alert than ever. He pulled his gun and stared at the entrance of the carriage, waiting for someone to appear so that he could shoot immediately. He must be scared by my father. When Bailey Shangxie spoke, there was a unique mockery in his voice. "My father is indeed not handsome. Hellion Weiwei, scumbag. Not only is he not handsome, he's hopeless. He's here." Bailey Shangxie looked at the entrance of the carriage and narrowed his eyes. The cold, thin, and tall figure in the night walked over step by step as the demon chanted. Chapter 905. Bang! OL6 pulled the trigger without hesitation. One shot wasn't enough, so he fired 3 shots in a row. The rich merchants were completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. It wasn't because of OL6's 3 shots. It was because of the man in front of them. Their fingers were trembling, and their eyes widened as they watched in disbelief as the man held the bullets in his hand, and then crushed them bit by bit. The lights in the car suddenly lit up, and it was so blinding that it hurt their eyes. Hellion Vivian's watery eyes met the man's side profile. What emerged from the darkness was a handsome face that could topple all living things. Peach blossom eyes, a handsome nose, and seductive lips. It was a face that she was so familiar with, and missed so much. Guilt, surprise, excitement, and many other emotions entangled in her chest, and even her heart started to ache. At that moment, Hellion Vivian's mind was completely blank. "This is your father, that scumbag?" Qing Chen was still asking her little friend in a soft voice. Bailey Shangxie was very cool. "Yes, Hellion Vivian. You never told me that this scumbag was His Highness. Okay, son? I heard that someone wants to talk to me?" Beligaju hadn't seen Hellion Vivian in the formation yet. The reason he came was because someone sent him a message, and the general content was that he was a bastard for abandoning his son for a new lover. In reality, Beligaju didn't really care what the humans thought of him. When he heard this kind of message, he knew that a certain brat was acting and telling stories to gain sympathy. He didn't get tired of this kind of trick, and he was tired of dealing with it. That was why he personally came to make a certain brat who liked to go against him obediently return to the demon world. Bailey Shangxia, are you coming out now? Or I'll beat you out of here? Beligaju's tone was very casual, and there was a unique coldness in his voice. It was as if the rich merchants standing in front of him didn't exist, as if he only had eyes for his son. He just stood there like that in the square surrounded by people. His line of sight was blocked by people, so he couldn't see Hellion Vivian and the others. Furthermore, the arrogant His Highness had never thought that the person he was looking for would appear here. He no longer had the patience to face humans. Ever since Hellion Vivian left, he had never looked at anyone else. I'll count to 3. Beligaju loosened the powder in his palm. He lowered his eyes and bit the leather glove on his left wrist. He smiled dangerously. 1. Tap. Bailey Shangxia pushed one of them away and walked out with a cool expression on his face. I want human rights. You can't ignore human rights. You're not human. Why do you need human rights? Beligaju's words made little Shangxia speechless. He was indeed not a human. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he curved his thin lips and revealed his little white teeth. He smiled like a demon. You once said that as long as there's a human who isn't afraid of me and is willing to be my friend, I can go to their house as a guest. It seems that you've found a backer. Beligaju sneered. Who is it that's so unafraid of death? Bailey Shangxia stepped back again. Then he held Hellion Vivian's hand and walked forward with small steps. Qingchen was also helping. Her small hands pushed Hellion Vivian forward with all her might. Beauty Qingchen, hurry up. Negotiate with the scumbag and ask him to let us have Shangxia. Her wish to raise a little devil must be realized. Beligaju didn't care much at first. He just stood there wearing an ascetic black suit. His eyes were cold, and there was a hint of laziness in the corners of his eyes. However, when he heard the 2 words Wei Wei, he suddenly tilted his well-defined face. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea, locked onto one point. In an instant, flames spread across his eyes like a prairie fire. He stared at Hellion Vivian's face. The possessiveness in his eyes became even more intense. It was so deep that it was almost twisted. He almost lost control. Without giving anyone time to react, Beligaju's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Then he grabbed Hellion Vivian's arm. His fingers exerted force and pulled Hellion Vivian into his arms. Bailey Shangxia didn't say anything. Hellion Vivian had just said the word, I. Beligaju's kiss had already landed. He held her tightly in his arms with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he kissed Hellion Vivian's lips fiercely. The 2 little ones who were still standing at the side were stunned. Hellion Qingchen glanced at Bailey Shangxia. It was as if she was asking, does your father often do this? Does he kiss anyone he sees? Bailey Shangxia frowned coolly. He knew his father very well. For the past 3 years, any woman who tried to get close to him usually didn't have a good ending. But now, he actually took the initiative to kiss a woman. Unless, Bailey Shangxia was stunned. His demonic eyes were slightly opened. That usually cool little face had lost its evil look. He stared blankly at Hellion Vivian and Beligaju. He didn't know how to react at all. Hellion Vivian had already lost the ability to speak. Her slightly open mouth was sucked in by someone's mouth. Her teeth were gently licked by the tip of his tongue. There was a numbing electric sensation. Gradually, Beligaju's grip became gentler. His teeth rubbed against her lips. The temperature was like ice that had just been scooped from the North Pole. It was bone-piercing cold. His mouth was mixed with the fragrance of tea, and it seeped into his tongue. As the oxygen was sucked away, Hellion Wei Wei had no place to put her hands. Naturally, she wrapped them around his waist. Her ears listened to the familiar and powerful heartbeat. The corners of her mouth curved into a big arc as she arrogantly kissed him back. Beligaju paused. He lowered his head and looked at Hellion Vivian for a while. He suddenly smiled and moved his arms. In an even more possessive and powerful manner, he held her firmly in his arms. Bailey Shangxia's thoughts were scattered. The expression on his face wasn't that dazed anymore, but it was a little strange. Especially when he saw Qing Chen beside him, that strange expression became even stronger. Qing Chen didn't know what the other party was thinking. Just as her small eyebrows raised, Bailey Shangxia picked her up and patted her head. Qing Chen covered her head with her two small hands. She looked at Bailey Shangxia in confusion. "What's wrong? Let's run away from home together." Bailey Shangxia said seriously, "If we're late, there's a high possibility of domestic violence. Imperial father likes to hit people, especially when I slandered him in front of Imperial mother. He'll definitely take revenge." Qing Chen. Chapter 906. Fire Qilin, who came in behind Beligaju, naturally saw this scene. He didn't dare to imagine that the princess would appear here. They came here to find the little master. Who would have thought that there would be such an additional surprise? He found her. Fire Qilin and Azure Dragon no longer had to worry that the master would become more and more ruthless, or even start a massacre. How did the princess get together with the little master? And who was the little person in the little master's arms? Fire Qilin had a lot of questions to ask, but it was not a good place to ask. Qing Chen, who was in the arms, stretched out her little hand and pulled Bailey Shangxia's ear. "Didn't you say that your father has been looking for your mother?" Bailey Shangxia's voice was a little vague. "She is my mother." Qing Chen. Question mark. "Your mother is my mother." Bailey Shangxia turned his face away silently. Qing Chen's eyes widened. "We are brothers? You are my younger brother." Bailey Shangxia touched Qing Chen's head again. His voice was very cool and he looked very like an older brother. After a long time, Qing Chen asked calmly, "So the scumbag you are talking about is my father?" "That's right." Bailey Shangxia picked up the little girl again. He was not very tall, and he always liked to walk with Qing Chen in his arms. One small step after another, it was domineering and cute. Beligaju, of course, heard the words of the professional who had been cheating for thousands of years. However, these were not important. The only important thing was that he finally found the stupid woman in his arms. The beast that had been screaming crazily in his heart was finally appeased, restrained, and locked back into the cage at this time. Because even Beligaju himself didn't know if he couldn't find this stupid woman on this trip to Huaxia. Would he want to destroy everything again? From the beginning, it was just like what those gods said. She didn't belong to him. But so what? If he wanted something, he would get it even if he had to kill gods and Buddhas. It was just that when he was in the heavenly Tao, he had to admit that this person had a huge influence on him. He began to be afraid of losing her. He wanted to keep her by his side forever. It would be best if he could break her dazzling phoenix wings. Later, the two of them signed an agreement. He began to tell himself that he had to take it slow. Only by taking it slow could he completely obtain her. As the days passed, Beligaju became more and more greedy for the feeling of being together. But at that time, he didn't know how Hellion Vivian treated him. He thought that he was the only one who put in the effort in that agreement. Later on, she reincarnated in the human world and her Buddhist position was restored. He had learned to trust, and he wanted to bind Hellion Vivian even tighter. Bailey Jiaju began to not care too much about it and stopped wantonly killing and tormenting. He was willing to be a good person in the eyes of humans. As long as she didn't leave, however, she still left. Since that was the case, what difference did it make to him whether the entire world was dead or alive? No one could empathize with his feelings when he saw Tianji calculate that she was in another time and space. From despair to hope, from hope to disappointment, and from disappointment to finally reunite. For 3 whole years, the agreement between him and her had been crushed in the gap of time and space. He could only search for a needle in a haystack like this. From England, he found China and crossed the sea. At last, he didn't let down Buddha and Qing. Beligaju raised his hand slightly and turned it to touch Gu Bai's waist. Then, he slowly slid his hand under her windbreaker and gently touched her waistline. Helly and Vivian trembled and reached out to hold him down. Bailey Jiaju laughed softly. His finger stopped at the original point. So, you're the one who sent me a message and spurned me between the lines? Helly and Vivian was very serious. This is a beautiful misunderstanding. Oh? Beligaju's thin lips curved. Misunderstanding? But you really want to support Shangxia, don't you? Helly and Vivian wanted to see a certain scumbag and teach him a lesson with his fists. But she didn't expect that the scumbag would be him. Since you want to support others, you have to have better endurance. Beligaju smiled evilly and gently. It seems that your husband has something to do in the next few days, which is to train your waist strength. Helly and Vivian, based on her understanding of His Highness, training his waist strength was definitely not as simple as it sounded on the surface. At this time, Man S in a suit, who was in charge of keeping watch, kicked open the other door of the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he found that there was something wrong with young L's expression. S originally wanted to tell Helly and Vivian that the news of the private jet landing on the top of the train had attracted the attention of the high-ranking people outside of Yuncheng. In less than 10 minutes, the special forces would be dispatched, and Helly and Vivian would deal with it as soon as possible. But when he followed L's gaze, he was completely stunned. Who was that man who didn't look like a real person and looked more like a comic cosplayer? Was he filming a vampire movie now? Or was he still in love with a ghost? But even so, why was the person he was in love with Big Boss? What was going on? S didn't stop and immediately pointed his gun at Beligaju, but his words were directed at Helly and Vivian. Big Boss, what's going on? Beligaju, who was pointed at by a gun, turned his head and glanced at S, as if he was unhappy that S disturbed him. S suddenly shuddered. Moreover, he saw that his big boss didn't shake off the man's hand, but instead wrapped her arms around the man's waist. Fuck. This is getting weirder and weirder. What was going on? Bang. S didn't shoot, but someone else did. It was Old Sixth. He chose to shoot at this time, not because he suddenly didn't fear Beligaju anymore. Instead, he was calculating the time. Those high-ranking people would definitely send troops. When that time came, this train would be his world. Moreover, the master had said that even if a powerful demon appeared, she would make them die miserably. Old Sixth's eyes were gloomy, and there was a hint of pride in the corners of his eyes. So the two of you know each other. Good, very good. Then I'll get rid of both of you. As he spoke, he glanced at the Japanese goddess. Because the Devil Mother Goddess wholeheartedly wanted to obtain Helly and Qingqian, she wanted to kill his biological mother even more. Moreover, these people really didn't put her in their eyes. He was just a high-level demon with some magical power. Did he really think that he could compete with the gods? Ridiculous. Chapter 907. With that thought in mind, the Japanese goddess raised her hand and countless wooden puppets flew out from behind her. Each of them seemed to be pulled by an invisible string. Their limbs were stiff and their expressions were indescribably strange. Upon closer inspection, those wooden puppets seemed to have a life of their own. Even the eyes of those who were staring at them could move back and forth. That scene was extremely eerie. The merchants could not help but take a step back. However, those wooden puppets did not seem to be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Whoever moved their eyes, they would turn towards that person. That faint green light was like a cat in the night. Whoever it stared at would die in the next second. Even the sixth brother did not expect that the great master's array this time would be like this. Those wooden puppets were too aggressive, to the point that it made people feel uneasy. Not knowing when it started, the black fog around them started to increase, so much so that everyone started to panic. Except for Helly and Vivian and her family. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of restraint and coldness. Especially those merchants who had done all sorts of heinous things. Their hands and feet felt like they were being held by something. In the beginning, they did not know what that thing was. When they lowered their heads to look, they realized that it was not something that was holding onto their feet, but little white hands. Those were the hands of children. There was no mistake. Those were the hands of children that they had sold before. Because the sixth brother was standing beside the Japanese goddess, No child dared to approach him. Hence, he did not feel the fear of the merchants. Instead, the expression on his face became even more excited. His eyes looked at Beligaju and the rest, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and viciousness. "This is the result of offending me. All of you can go to hell." As the sixth brother's voice fell, the wooden puppets around him flew up. Every pair of eyes was staring at the center of the room. Such a thick aura of resentment, even a demon would be corroded by it. Furthermore, the array she used this time had included the Sanskrit of Buddha. In the lower realm, no one would be able to resist such power. The corners of the Japanese goddess's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The puppet that was originally suspended in mid-air suddenly stood upright. Its eyes were shining brightly as it swept towards the direction of Beligaju and the rest. Whether it was the sixth brother or the devil mother goddess herself, both of them had unparalleled confidence in their own formations. They felt that there was no way a devil could defeat the gods and Buddhas. This time, the other party was dead for sure. However, in the next second, this idea of theirs was ruthlessly slapped in the face. Because in just an instant, all the puppets near Beligaju were crushed into powder. He didn't even move his hand. He just stood there with a slight smile on his face. However, the bound spirits who wanted to reach out their hands felt an overwhelming murderous intent from that smile. They had no time to escape. With Beligaju at the center of the circle, the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked into a vacuum in an instant. Something dark suddenly rushed out from behind him. Only then did the Haridi mother goddess realize that what was behind him was not the black fog emitted by the formation. Instead, it was a black hole formed by hundreds and thousands of demons. "You, who exactly are you?" The expression on the Haridi mother goddess's face changed completely. She had never seen anyone with such great power. He could blur the boundaries of the three realms and walk in the mortal world without being controlled by the gods and Buddhas. He even brought so many demons with him. Not to mention a devil, even she, who had the status of a Buddha, could not command all the demons in the world. Unless... Impossible. This was impossible. It was impossible for her to meet the long-lost Heavenly Lord in the lower three realms. However, what happened next shattered the Haridi mother goddess's fantasy. The thick black fog spread, surrounded by crow feathers. Beligaju slowly walked over. With every step he took, an enchanting devil's snare flower bloomed under his feet. This was a spectacle that could only be seen by the heavenly axiom above 9,000 feet. For the first time, the Haridi mother goddess knew what regret was, because she never thought that she would see the heavenly Lord here. The 1,000 Buddha shield that was destroyed by him that year was still in Buddhism. Even the Venerable One was not his match. In the entire Buddhism, perhaps only Phoenix could fight him. She remembered now. Once, when the Blood Sea was cleared, Buddhism held a banquet. This man also appeared on Mountain Tenya in such a posture. Silver-haired, black-robed, with a smile on his face. Behind him were countless demons. At that time, her Buddhist status was low, so she could not see his face clearly. However, the Devil Mother Goddess clearly remembered the scene that no one in Buddhism dared to look back on until today. "Leave this place. Leave this place." The Haridi Mother Goddess only had this thought left. However, before she could move her legs, the tearing pain in her body suddenly attacked her. The pain that spread through her veins made it impossible for her to move. She only felt that her heart was twisted into a ball and could explode at any time. "I hate being disturbed the most, especially after I found her." Beligaju bit off his black gloves. His thin lips moved slightly, and his eyes that were full of golden marks suddenly narrowed. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking. Haridi Mother Goddess looked at Beligaju, who was standing in front of her, in horror. Her Buddha bone was forcefully taken away just like that. Without the Buddha bone, Haridi Mother Goddess would no longer be protected by Buddha, the children that she had once eaten. At that moment, all of them let go of the hands that were holding on to the rich merchant. They emerged from the dark corners and slowly pulled Haridi Mother Goddess into the flames of hell. This time, Helly and Vivian did not expiate. This was because the vengeful spirits that had been bound could not be reincarnated even if they were expiated. Especially these children who had not sinned at all, but they were treated in such a way. Some of them could not even see their mothers and fathers for a year, 2 years, or even 10 years. They had consciousness, but they were all bound in wooden puppets. This was their resentment. No one would want to stop such resentment, including Helly and Vivian. She wanted them to solve it in their own way. She wanted to pull Hariti Mother Goddess into the bottomless abyss and let her have a taste of what they had once suffered. Children were that simple, but there were people who had used their simplicity countless times as a tool to hurt them. These people, no matter who they were, she had to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 908. This was their resentment. No one would want to stop such resentment, including Helly and Vivian. Children were that simple. However, there were people who used their simplicity as a tool to hurt them countless times. No matter who these people were, she had to get to the bottom of it. Right at this moment, suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Suitman S pressed the blue headset on his ear and looked up at Helly and Vivian. "Boss, the higher-ups are here. They should be the local armed forces." Just as S finished speaking, a deafening loudspeaker sounded. To the people inside, "Listen up. You have been surrounded." It seems that no matter in America or China, this excuse will not change. S laughed. Obviously, he was very experienced in dealing with such situations. "Boss, what should we do next? Should we retreat immediately or wait for them?" Helly and Wei smiled meaningfully. "Let's not do anything but dismantle the pistols first." According to their plan, the Flying Tigers should have already boarded the train in the other carriages. The broadcast was just to distract us. This means that they already have a plan. This time, we won't wait for them, nor will we retreat immediately. We'll bring all the children out of the sleeper carriage and let them see what kind of deal is going on this train. Not retreating? As Suitman S spoke, his eyes glanced in the direction of Bailey Jiaju. Then, he said quietly, "Then, how do you explain why the plane was parked on top of the car?" Helly and Vivian looked at him. "His son is missing. It is natural for a father to look for him." "Son? Father?" The man in the suit paused abruptly. He looked at Bailey Shangxia, then at Bailey Jiaju. Suddenly, he recalled the scene he saw when he came in. Finally, he rested his gaze on his boss and said, "It can't be what I think it is, right?" His boss had never allowed a man to question her in public. However, no matter how powerful the other party was, Boss Wei should be able to avoid him. However, his boss tolerated his kiss. After calming down, Suitman S realized that there must be something between his boss and the other party. "It's exactly what you think it is." Hellion Wei's expression was very calm. Suitman S's facial expression began to become complicated. He couldn't help but feel that the little bro brought back looked a little like his boss right from the start. Turned out that he was not mistaken. All of this was real. In other words, the man that boss had flirted with was here. I'll say it again. The people inside, listen up. You've already... The noise outside the car continued. The man in the suit, however, felt as if his entire body had been smitten. No, he had to let Monkey and the others know about this first. Thus, the man in the suit pressed the button on his ear as he walked to the sleeper compartment. The man who was flirted with by the boss is here. When Monkey heard the news, he was teaching the 3 children he had brought over how to play video games. He paused and immediately jumped up. "What? Where is it? Aren't you on the train?" "Yes, it was on the train. You should have seen the news about someone parking a plane at the train stop. The man who drove the plane was the one who slept with the boss." The man in the suit said firmly. Olda looked like a bear and had similar thoughts. How much hatred do you think he has? In order to get even with boss, this man actually drove a plane and chased after us. Helly and Vivian. Speaking of which, it was because of little boss that the man discovered boss's existence. The more the man in the suit spoke, the wider his smile became. I think boss would never have thought that the other party's father would be the man that she slept with. Oh right, you should remember the little boy who was abducted with little boss, right? That's him. Every dog has its day. Didn't boss say that the other party was a scumbag? Now that she has seen him in person, Hellion Vivian reached out and pressed the earpiece. If you say one more word, your commission will be reduced by half. Hearing this, Monkey immediately gloated. Commission should have been reduced by half long ago. But boss, did you really sleep with the father of the little boy that you asked me to investigate? Hellion Vivian heard this and raised her eyebrows. Participating in discussions that have nothing to do with the mission will result in a 0 commission. Monkey's smiling face immediately froze and the corners of his mouth twitched. The mastermind's commission will only be reduced by half, but the accomplice's commission will be reduced to 0. This is how I treat you. Hellion Wei Wei simply looked at her own happiness, completely emitting the aura of a queen. As for Old Six, who had seen Beligaju's destructive power with his own eyes, he grabbed the door and locked himself in another compartment. However, he was still worried and looked at the dining compartment vigilantly. He dragged his long legs and walked forward step by step, desperately calling for help from the special forces. Right now, Old Six would rather be captured than be with this group of monsters. That's right, in Old Six's mind, Hellion Vivian and Beligaju had already become monsters. He had never seen a person being followed by a group of monsters. If it wasn't for the fact that Old Six had experienced a lot of things and was vicious and merciless to a certain extent, if it were anyone else, they would have been scared speechless. Therefore, when a group of people came in with rifles, he cooperatively raised his hands and took a step forward, hiding behind the armed forces. His eyes were still filled with fear as he looked at Beligaju. He even grabbed the clothes of the armed forces leader and kept saying, "Save me! Those monsters want to kill me! They want to kill me!" At the same time, the armed forces who did not know what was going on immediately took a step forward and swept the area with their guns, protecting Old Six. Old Six had achieved his goal because even if the enemy was very strong, there were people sent by the higher-ups to block him. Moreover, as long as he was caught, he would be secretly protected. These people wanted to investigate him, but they wouldn't be able to find anything. As for that monster, he didn't believe that the monster would dare to cast a spell in front of the armed forces. Therefore, the armed forces' arrival wasn't to catch him, but to protect him. Old Six thought that no matter what, the enemy was still too inexperienced. They didn't know the twists and turns inside out and thought that he could be killed so easily. He had been in this line of work for so many years. If something could happen, it would have happened long ago. Since they were safe until now, it proved that they had someone backing them. In China, having someone was more useful than having anything. The living could become dead, and the dead could become alive. For the readers, it's too sleepy. Moi. Good night. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 909. As long as he didn't admit to anything, the people behind him would protect him. In the end, the one who would suffer would not be him, but the other party's people. Sixth brother never doubted this. What he was afraid of was Beligaju himself. Fortunately, this group of people rushed in. Otherwise, he would have peed his pants. Hellion Vivian also knew that with such a big thing happening, there was no doubt that they would all be taken away. She had been waiting for this moment. Before boarding the train, she anonymously reported the situation on the train to the relevant authorities. However, it was obvious that it didn't have any effect. These human traffickers still did what they were supposed to do. This made Hellion Vivian realize that if there wasn't a major incident, there wouldn't be any impact. They boarded the train to create something that could attract attention in the restaurant's carriage. However, before they had the time to do so, His Highness arrived in his private jet and parked it on the roof of the train. This was simply advertising for the train. In this way, it would be difficult for the higher-ups not to notice. This was the effect that Hellion Vivian wanted. Because some things had to wait until the fire could no longer be contained before all the people who should be taken down would be taken down. Therefore, when someone rushed in, Hellion Vivian took the lead and raised her arms. She even held His Highness' hand with one of her hands and made him raise it with her. Don't blame Wei Wei for thinking too much. His Highness would really kill all the people who came in, regardless of whether they were good or bad people. His Highness was very satisfied that Hellion Vivian took the initiative to hold his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up as he tilted his head and glanced at Hellion Vivian. Hellion Vivian continued to raise His Highness' hand and stared at it. Little Shangxia and Qingchen took a second look and followed Hellion Vivian's example. They raised both of their little hands. The two little ones were not very tall. After all, they were only 3 years old. They looked even cuter when they raised their hands. However, little Shangxia's face was too cool. When he looked at those people, he didn't look like he was surrendering. Instead, he looked like he was evaluating whether the food was delicious. Baligaju was too familiar with that kind of gaze. He turned his head and gave Bailey Shangxia a warning look. I've told you about the dining etiquette. It seems that you've forgotten it because of the train journey today. What dining etiquette? Qingchen was very curious. Her two little hands were still in the air as she turned her little head to ask. Bailey Jiaju glanced at his youngest son, whom he had never met before, and said in a leisurely manner, "You can't eat anything that's been soaked in soil or sweating. You'll be the same in the future." This sentence actually sounded very normal. But if the food being eaten was a human, then Qingchen began to feel conflicted. She silently looked at the roof of the car. The person who broke in didn't seem to expect to see two children in this place. First, he was stunned. Then, he heard them talking about food. He frowned and pressed the earpiece. Reporting, there are two children in the car. No, it's not just two children. There are more children in the sleeping compartment. The Special Forces soldier who spoke was already stunned. This was because he had never seen so many children in a car before. Every one of them was still in the same posture as before. This was because their training taught them to be calm no matter what situation they were in. However, they felt an unprecedented shock in their hearts. One question after another was thrown out. Why were there so many children in this car? Moreover, these children were not very old. The youngest was only 2 years old. Although they were not injured, they looked very afraid of strangers. Each of them was extremely thin. Where did so many children come from? Why were they locked in the same car? Every man had guts, especially those who were protecting their country. "Captain, this is not normal." The leading Special Forces soldier didn't speak. Instead, he pressed the intercom. "There are too many children in the car. The preliminary suspicion is that it is human trafficking. Take them back first and let the local police investigate. You are only responsible for solving the problem on the train. Don't interfere in other things." The leading Special Forces soldier's fingers paused. Seeing that he didn't speak, someone became anxious. "Captain, obey the order," the leading man said as he pulled out the earpiece. He said in a calm voice, "Protect the children." Yes. The Special Forces soldiers were very fast and resolute. They cleaned up the scene in less than 5 minutes. As Hellion Vivian expected, they were all taken back to Yuncheng for interrogation. Hellion Vivian's statement was very clear. Every sentence pointed out that Sixth Brother's crime was unforgivable. This day was destined to be a restless one. At nearly 4 o'clock in the morning, Lu Hongjiang, a big shot, was still sleeping in the hotel with his wife. A phone call told him that a plane had landed on the green train from Yuncheng to North Tibet. Now someone had gone to deal with it. All the follow-up work would be handed over to him. Lu Hongjiang was completely awake. "Brother, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lu Hongjiang didn't even speak. He pulled down the woman's white arm and left with the leather bag. After arriving at the office, his heart was still burning with anxiety. He made a few calls to his subordinates and also made a call to his superiors to inquire about the situation. Every time something went wrong, that person would help him, and this time was no exception. However, it was inevitable that he was a little unhappy. "How many times have I told you? Now the investigation is very tight. Don't let them get ahead of the wind. Well, let's not talk about the past. I heard that there was a group of people on the train. Since you are in the local police station and sixth brother is involved, lead the public opinion to the private plane. Don't let the abduction spread. Then everything will be easy to solve. You know what to do. That superior hung up the phone after saying that. In Yuncheng, Lu Hongjiang was indeed in charge. But in the whole Yun district, that superior had connections, so it would be more convenient for him to do things. Unlike Lu Hongjiang, that superior didn't collude with anyone in Li City. Instead, everyone was familiar with each other, so he turned a blind eye to some things. Even if something went wrong, he could solve it perfectly. So Lu Hongjiang believed in his solution. After all, he was transferred from the capital and knew how to shift the foundation of the incident. With that superior's advice, Lu Hongjiang was no longer so anxious. Instead, he slowly calmed down. This was the advantage of being in this position. He could turn big things into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chapter 9-10. At 6 o'clock, the sun rose and the morning came. Several cars were speeding on the highway, heading towards the toll station in Yun City from northern Tibet. "Boss, what's going on over there?" Monkey's voice came from the headset. Hellion Vivian was still sitting in the car that was escorting them to the inspection station. She avoided the sight of the people in front of her and knocked on the headset twice. She couldn't speak. But there was one thing. The small camera installed in her hair had always been there. It was just that they were also on the train, so it wasn't easy to turn it on. Now it was different. She gave this instruction, which meant that she wanted Monkey to turn on the camera and start recording. After Monkey heard the sound, he quickly took out his notebook and entered a bunch of codes. Then an image popped up on the screen. He was familiar with the image. It was because he was familiar with it that the smile on his face suddenly turned cold. Jean, boss, and the others have been caught. We have to erase the records on the train. This isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is the ornaments on Elle's body. If a professional is here, they will definitely find it suspicious. Jean took a sip of wine and looked back at old A, who was still playing with the children. The corners of his mouth curled up. But that will have to wait until we go to the top to find someone who understands. The local people won't be able to see the use of those ornaments. As long as boss and the others can come out before that, it will be fine. Olda, stop telling these children how powerful little boss is. We have to start moving too. First, how about we disguise ourselves and send some gifts to their families? Nothing else, just a photo will do. It's 6 o'clock in the morning now. They will have breakfast in half an hour. This is the best time to look at photos. Olda took off the plush toy on his head and put the 3 children down one by one. Then, he said, then we'll disguise ourselves as a courier and buy a second-hand motorcycle. I'll throw it away directly after that and then meet up with you. Oh, right. Jean stood up and smiled evilly. Boss seems to have said that. Monkey, when it's appropriate, you can directly broadcast what boss's camera captured on the internet using a virtual IP. Don't be found out. No problem. Monkey typed on the keyboard with one hand and made an OK gesture with the other hand. Take action. The last 2 words were spoken by Hellion Vivian through her headphones. Even though she didn't say anything, the long-time tacit understanding allowed everyone to receive the message in an instant. This also included Suitman S and Young Man L. L had the most accessories on his body, but he was extremely secretive. If one wasn't a real expert, they wouldn't be able to tell that those little things would combine into a small pistol. This was something only a mechanical genius like L could do. The Special Forces soldiers who escorted them had been paying attention to the children. They didn't say anything, but they were waiting for a reasonable explanation. They knew that there were always some things that they couldn't let everyone know in order to avoid causing panic. But this time was different. They had fought floods and saved fires. In order to resist the invaders, they did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. It was all for the sake of making this country better and more peaceful. And this time, there was clearly something wrong with the mission, because the appearance of these children was not part of their mission. There were so many children. How did they get on the train? If no one was involved, no matter how powerful the person was, it would be impossible to bring so many children onto the train at once. What about the ticket inspection? What about the patrol on the train? Didn't they find anything? The Special Forces soldiers were engrossed in their thoughts. No one spoke. At this time, the car just stopped. As soon as the door opened, Lu Hongjiang came over. He had been waiting at the door early in the morning. Because of the plane, many people on the internet were paying attention to the follow-up of this matter. He had to leave a good impression in the hearts of his peers or the media. He deliberately didn't wash up to make himself look a little travel-worn. He reached out and shook the captain of the team. "Thank you for your hard work. It's really hard. Well, since we have arrived in Yuncheng, you can go and rest. The work of cleaning up will be done by us. There are still a group of children on the train." The captain just opened his mouth. Lu Hongjiang interrupted him. "There are still many people here. It's better to sort out some information and investigate before we talk about it." They did have a principle of confidentiality about the mission. In addition, they didn't know why there were so many problems. Moreover, this kind of thing was not within their scope of responsibility, so it was difficult for them to say anything. They were worried that making groundless accusations would cause bad influence. Lu Hongjiang grasped this point. As long as this matter was digested internally, there wouldn't be any influence. It would become an ordinary case. Moreover, he would be the one to decide the outcome of the cleanup work. As long as he controlled this matter well, he would be the one to decide. Lu Hongjiang was quite confident. To him, only these Special Forces soldiers couldn't be controlled. However, the iron discipline of soldiers didn't allow them to say anything to the outside world. It had to be said that Lu Hongjiang's calculations were very good. He was very meticulous in his work and was very good at putting on a show. His eyes were bloodshot, but he still insisted on working. He wanted to personally interrogate who was causing trouble on the train. The word "causing trouble" was used very subtly. Lu Hongjiang's words were equivalent to deciding the nature of this case. He didn't mention the child trafficking at all. He directly led the topic to the matter of the plane stopping on top of the train. He didn't let Sixth Brother go because he knew that it would be easy for others to talk about him if he let Sixth Brother go at this time. Instead, he directly convicted Sixth Brother of participating in the fight on the train. On the surface, he was handling it impartially, but in reality, when comparing large-scale child trafficking, gun carrying, and causing trouble, it was obvious which crime was more serious. The former could directly make Sixth Brother lose his head, while the latter could at most lock Sixth Brother up and let him out very quickly. After doing all this preparatory work, he started the real interrogation. In other words, he didn't interrogate Sixth Brother at all. He directly skipped over him and took the prepared statement in his hands. He was going to interrogate Hellion Vivian and the others. After all, for Lu Hongjiang, the sooner the train incident came to a conclusion, the better. The higher-ups were still waiting for news. If it took too long, it wouldn't be good for him. The first person Lu Hongjiang interrogated was L. He originally thought that since L was relatively young, it would be easier to get information out of him. However, no matter what he asked, L didn't even lift his head after 20 minutes had passed since he came in. Chapter 9:11. If he hadn't glanced at him from time to time, Lu Hongjiang would have suspected that he didn't hear him at all. However, he didn't give any response even after hearing it. The perfect silence made Lu Hongjiang take a deep breath. He turned and walked to the second interrogation room. He didn't believe that none of them would lose control and speak. This time, Suitman S was in the interrogation room that Lu Hongjiang pushed open. Based on Lu Hongjiang's observation of people, the brighter the clothes, the easier it was for him to find out something. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Hongjiang entered the room, S opened her mouth to speak. However, what he said was, "I want to contact my lawyer." Not many people in the mainland could afford a private lawyer, and even fewer people understood the meaning of a private lawyer's existence. If there was a lawyer, anything could be solved by a lawyer. As long as there was no absolute evidence to link the interrogator to the incident, the interrogator had the right to remain silent. Lu Hongjiang felt that it was troublesome to meet such a person, so he decided to take the initiative. "We'll help you contact a lawyer. But you have to tell me why you were on the train. Of course we were on the train, S replied with a faint smile. At first, Lu Hongjiang thought that this person with a loose mouth might be helpful in his plan. After chatting for 15 minutes, Lu Hongjiang realized that he was just toying with him. He couldn't use him at all. Lu Hongjiang even suspected that the other party had undergone professional training in interrogations. The seemingly random answers were, in fact, carefully thought through each and every one of them. For example, the answer he gave earlier. It was as if they were on the train just because they were on the train. This made Lu Hongjiang's face turn livid. He almost couldn't control his temper. Okay. Stop talking. Suitman S was obedient. He really shut his mouth when the other party asked him to stop talking. He looked at Lu Hongjiang with a frivolous expression. Lu Hongjiang was frustrated that he couldn't get the slightest clue from two people in a row. Even if he had the ability to hide the truth, he still needed a confession to close the case. If it really didn't work out, he would use some means to extort a confession. However, now was definitely not the time. There were still many people outside, and he had to make himself as gentle as possible. After all, Lu Hongjiang was someone who was familiar with this process and knew how to weigh the pros and cons. He planned to ask one more question. If he still couldn't get anything out of them, then he would have to see how tough these people were. With this thought in mind, Lu Hongjiang pushed open the door of the interrogation room where Hellion Vivian was being held. The two of them sat face to face. He thought that when faced with such a situation, women would always lose their cool. Once a person lost their cool, they would make many mistakes. Even if it was reasonable, it was still the same. However, the other party's eyes were half closed, as if she was resting. After he entered, a smile slowly appeared on her face. Her lazy appearance made it seem as if she had been waiting for him. We didn't drive the plane there. Besides, didn't someone say in the newspaper that the plane stopped on top of the train because it ran out of fuel? What he didn't expect was that the other party would actually use a public announcement to shut his mouth. Generally, the public announcement of news was to not create chaos. Did she think that he was a fool? Lu Hongjiang had been in this position for so many years and was used to being looked down upon. His temper was also very bad. It was not easy for him to endure until now. He sneered. You and I both know why the plane landed on top of the train. Don't play dumb anymore. What kind of place is this? Do you still have room to lie? Oh. Hellion Vivian raised her eyebrows and smiled. Why don't you explain to me why the plane landed on top of the train? Pa! Lu Hongjiang's hand suddenly slammed on the wooden table. I'm the one interrogating you, not the one interrogating me. Your accomplice has already confessed. It's useless for you to be stubborn. It's better to be honest. Well, since they've already confessed, then I'll confess too. Hellion Vivian lowered her eyes. She really looked like she was going to confess. In fact, this angle only allowed him to take a clearer picture of the other party's expression. Lu Hongjiang was still smug in his heart. Women, with just a little scare, you can get anything out of her. That plane really didn't belong to us. We had a small conflict with sixth brother on the train. If Lu Hongjiang used the word troublemaker well, Hellion Vivian used the word small conflict even more cleverly. Since the other party wanted to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing, then she would go along with the other party's wishes. Sure enough, Lu Hongjiang heard and nodded in satisfaction. However, what he didn't expect was that Hellion Vivian's next sentence was actually, "You should be very familiar with sixth brother, right?" Hellion Vivian asked very directly. That sixth brother who traffics in human beings. Lu Hongjiang's expression changed and he smiled coldly. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What sixth brother? You're slandering him. Just pretend that you don't know him. Then why didn't you ask where the children on the train came from? Why did you ask about the origin of our plane? Hellion Vivian's every word hit the nail on the head. I don't believe that no one told you that the entire carriage was filled with children under the age of 5. These children were starved and their minds were in a state of collapse. This is the core of this matter, not some plane. Of course, since you asked why the plane was parked on the roof of the car, then I will answer you again. The plane was indeed not driven by us. It was a father who was anxious to find his kidnapped son, so he sent a private jet to find him. I don't know if you are satisfied with this answer? Lu Hongjiang's eyes darkened when he heard Hellion Vivian's words. He could see that this group of people wouldn't admit defeat. You're really sharp-tongued. You did something wrong, but you don't admit it. You're slandering people like us who want to solve the problem. Hellion Vivian smiled again. Since you want to solve the problem, when are you going to convict sixth brother of his crime? Shouldn't large-scale human trafficking be sentenced to death? Hearing this, Lu Hongjiang suddenly stood up and put his fingers on the table. He looked at Hellion Vivian coldly. In this place, even the crime of human trafficking won't be sentenced to death. Moreover, there's a lot of suspicion in your confession. There's no truth in it at all. Is that so? Hellion Vivian suddenly smiled and said meaningfully, I really hope that you'll have this attitude later. Chapter 9:12. At first, Lu Hongjiang didn't understand the meaning of Hellion Vivian's words. Instead, he felt that what she said was somewhat inexplicable. He came out of the interrogation room and planned to use other means to interrogate the next person, Beligaju. But before he could push open the door of the interrogation room, his private phone rang. The person on the other end of the phone was his wife. Her voice was extremely hoarse. Old Lu, what should we do? Our Hungheng is missing. Missing? How is that possible? Lu Hongjiang turned his head at once. Have you looked for him in the garden? Did he go to play with the soil again? We've looked everywhere, but there's still no one. The neighbors also said that they didn't see Hungheng. Why do you think he disappeared when you woke up? Hearing this, Lu Hongjiang's heart was overwhelmed. Calm down first. How long has it been since Hungheng disappeared? I don't know when he disappeared, but I've been looking for him for 3 hours. I couldn't get through to you. Where have you been all night? Are you always so busy that you don't even have time to go home and take care of your child? Lu Hongjiang didn't dare to tell his wife the truth. He slept in the hotel all night. He just rubbed his hair. Okay, the most important thing now is to find Hungheng. I'll deal with this matter. Think carefully. Is there anything you haven't found? If it was an ordinary child who had been missing for so long, Lu Hongjiang would definitely think that the child had been abducted. But this was Yuncheng where he had the final say. Sixth brother had been worshipping him every year. Who dared to abduct his son? Even if the sky collapsed, nothing would happen to his son. However, in the next moment, Lu Hongjiang's idea was slapped hard in the face. It was not because of anything else, but because when he was about to hang up the phone, a scream came from the other end. Ah! What's wrong? Lu Hongjiang asked quickly. The voice on the phone turned into crying, intermittent pain. Old Lu, someone abducted Hungheng. That's impossible. Lu Hongjiang's voice was high. Why not? The person who abducted your son sent a letter saying that it's because you've done all sorts of heartless things, allowing the local people to casually sell children, and doing anything for profit. That's why they abducted Hungheng. The other party also said that they want you to think of some children who have memories. What you did, they will do the same thing to Hungheng. After reading that sentence, Lu Hongjiang's wife gripped the picture tightly and asked in a trembling voice, "Oh, Lu, I don't understand. What will happen to the child when he has his memory?" When Lu Hongjiang heard the news, he felt an unprecedented chill. He knew very well how OL6 and the others treated goods. The more difficult it was to transport, the more trouble they would find it troublesome. In order to make the goods more obedient, those children who still had memories would directly make the children's limbs imperfect and then beg. Lu Hongjiang didn't understand. In the past, he had seen a very normal scene, but now, he didn't even dare to imagine that scene. Old Lu, say something, Old Lu. On the other end of the phone, Lu Hongjiang's wife was completely anxious. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about this. Lu Hongjiang's next sentence confirmed this. He said, "I'll go and investigate now. We'll talk about everything after this is over." After hanging up the phone, Lu Hongjiang had his people pull up all the surveillance cameras in the area around them. In the end, it was not easy to find a courier. In the end, he sent people over, but they found that the car had been casually abandoned by the roadside by the owner. This was obviously planned, and the other party's method was very good. They did not leave any trace, so even if the local people wanted to chase after them, they didn't know where to start. It had been almost 5 hours since Lu Hongjing disappeared. Now, Lu Hongjiang really started to understand what Hellion Vivian meant by that sentence. His eyes shook, and his fingers were tightly clenched. The anger in his heart made him kick open the door of the interrogation room. The person who abducted Hangheng is you, right? Lu Hongjiang looked at Hellion Vivian, and it was like he wanted to strangle her to death. Where is Hangheng? Hand Hangheng over. Hellion Vivian leaned back and said indifferently, "It's just a child, and you're so anxious? Just now, a carriage full of children was locked in the train bed, but you didn't seem to be anxious. I'll ask you one more time, where is our Hangheng?" Lu Hongjiang was clearly a little out of control. Hellion Vivian looked at him and said coldly, "Now you feel uncomfortable?" There were 661 cities on the mainland. Among them, there were 4 municipalities, 283 prefecture-level cities, and 374 county-level cities. Just these cities alone, those parents who wanted to find their children would have to go to a city every day, and it would take them 2 years to go through the entire mainland. Not to mention, there were 1,636 counties under these cities. By the time they finished going through all these places, how old would the children be? It would take them at least 7 years. Even their parents wouldn't know what these children would become in 7 years. If they were lucky, they might be able to find their children. If they were unlucky, they might never see their children again. All this is because someone is trafficking children. You know what kind of business Sixth Brother is in, but you turn a blind eye to it. As long as you get a lot of benefits, as long as no one finds out, as long as no one exposes these things, you will continue to condone it. I have something to ask you. If your child is abducted and sold, why are you still so black-hearted to get the money? Hearing this, Lu Hongjiang's eyes were extremely cold. Sure enough, it's your trick. What do you want? Do you want to be acquitted? Do you know whose territory Yuncheng is? Do you want to play the hero here? Let me tell you, if you don't hand Hangheng over today, you can wait to be shot. That's strange. Didn't you just say that in the mainland, no matter how old the abductor is, he won't be sentenced to death? Why do you want to punish him severely now that it's your son's turn to be missing? Hellion Vivian chuckled and raised her eyebrows. Then she moved her fingers and gave a corresponding order to the Bluetooth headset. Lu Hongjiang was so angry that his face turned blue. He made up his mind to give her a heavy sentence. Anyway, he had the right to do so. As for Hangheng, he didn't believe that he couldn't find him. In Yuncheng, he had the final say. But the arrogant Lu Hongjiang didn't know that all his words and deeds were recorded on the computer, and now it was spreading to the whole internet at a fast speed. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.